It's Saturday night and 6 sharpshooters are going to be on this stage this evening to battle it out for the Week 5 title and a place at Champions Week, and of course a chance to win a record £25,000. This is finals night here at the MODUS Super Series.
Could be coming to an end, and it is, as Neil Duff with a beautiful 76 finish.
Brilliant checkout. Well, that does improve this match.
What a finish, Greg Ritchie. Well, we've seen a 160 from Leonard Gates, and now a 161, an absolute masterclass of finisher from the American. That is how to do it. Andreas Harrison, we are chatting away about how disappointing he's been. Surely incredible.
It certainly is time to find out, and it's been such a good week here at the Super Series that Scott Mitchell just had to be here on Saturday, didn't you, Scott?
Yeah, it has been such a good week, and yeah, who wants to miss this one? This is a real even night. You know, it's going to be a tough one to call, but that's what we're paid to do, so we've got to try and call it.
Yeah, absolutely. There have been some real highlights over the course of the week, but we'll start by just showing you the 6 players that are in tonight's finals. And there they are: Leonard Gates, David Evans, Andreas Harrison, David Davis, Mike Warburton and Greg Ritchie. That lineup is as good as anything we've had here.
It's mouth-watering. It's also about the players that haven't quite made it, who maybe we expect to hit. You know, Jared Cole hit a 9-darter and he's not made it. Connor Scott, we expected him to make it and he hasn't made it. So it was a very, very tough week, and these guys have had to dig deep to make it. So, you know, I'm really looking forward to... They've now got the show stuff out of the way. It's now big time. They've got to be here and turn up tonight. They get 2 games at the start of the evening. Who's going to get the preparation right and who's going to be ready?
Yep, a big-time player who did make it is Leonard Gates. He won Group A earlier this week, topping that table after Scott, a really disappointing weekend at the World Seniors Champion of Champions. So twofold really for Leonard Gates, to win that group and just rediscover that form, but also to get the 2 days off might actually be really beneficial for him.
Yeah, I mean, he had such a great 2023, didn't he, Leonard Gates? And we're looking at it going... He kind of disappeared for the first couple of months for whatever reason. Nobody really knows why. You know, form, you hit in and you dip out. Maybe he hadn't played enough. And like you say, the World Seniors, we expected a lot better from him there. But when he started out in Group A, he sort of laid his clamp down and he really made Group A his own. So he says he feels that he drifted away by the end of Group A, but he'd done all the donkey work by then and he was safe, really.
Yeah, Andreas Harrison was the next best player in that group, just 2 points behind Gates. And in Group A, we saw some incredible stuff from him, including an average of over 117. Sensational stuff.
But Andreas does that. I've spoken to him about it away from here in the Super Series, and he loves coming here. The whole setup suits him. He loves being here and doing it. And every time he feels he comes back, it feels like home. And he just relaxes and plays and gets on with it. And sometimes he's hypercritical of himself at times, and maybe that holds him up. But what a great player he is.
Yeah, he fell into Group B. That was played over Thursday and Friday evening. It was a really interesting group, actually, because, as you said, many thought that Connor Scott would be the man to beat in that group. In fact, he only got 1 win, and it proved to be David Evans who was the perfect player. 8 out of 8. What a performance from him.
Indeed, Group B is a really tough game. You can't afford to lose a couple on the trot. And when you lose a couple on the trot, your head can kind of go a little bit. And maybe that's what happened to Connor Scott, but... David Evans, he's showing form of a couple of years ago. He was playing superbly when he won his tour card, and he kind of 2023 didn't happen for him, but wow, 24 he's really started well, and he looked mighty fine the last 2 evenings.
Yeah, it just got better and better and better, didn't it, for Evans? We spoke to him after the first night, and there was no sign of him losing his edge. He just went on and just basically bulldozed the rest of the group.
I watched bits of it last night, and it just looked like it was on a string. He was hitting that treble 20 for fun, and he looked assertive with it. He looks like he knew it was going exactly where he wanted it to go, and that's all to do with confidence. And he is really in that bubble at the moment, and there's no better time to be in Saturday finals night than now for him.
Yeah, we just spoke about Andres Harrison a little bit. He did finish second again in another group, but a total contrast in the way he performed to get to finals night.
Yeah, but again, it's a long week. It's really tough to try and describe unless you've played it. Everybody's looking at home going, yeah, we just want to be there. But once you then get here, there's an element of how to do the 5 days. And Andres hasn't had to do a lot of that in the previous times that he's been here because he's been winning groups for fun. So it was a new experience for him. But look, he's at Saturday night. That's what he planned on Monday morning. And he'll be happy to go into those 2 games and back himself.
Yeah, and then it turned out to be a battle between 3 players. Cloud Bevan on debut. Connor Scott, much fancied, didn't really perform. The man that got that third and final place was David Davis, and he just has found that knack, hasn't he, of making it through to finals nights.
And it's a lovely knack to have, to be able to sometimes not be playing your best and manage to grind games out, and that's what you can do with the pace that he throws at. It's a possibility to do that, and he does it very, very well indeed. His finishing has to be spot on, because when you get a dart at it, you've got to get it. And that's what he's been doing. And I remember he came here before, and he had a really good campaign in the groups and just fluffed Saturday night. So he's got that experience now. So he's not worried how he's got here. He's done all that winning groups to get here. Now he's here by being the underdog, and I think it's going to suit him right down to the ground.
Possibly. So Group C, well, that was very, very eventful. Jared Cole hit a 9-darter, but he only managed to finish 4th. Ashley Coleman had a huge fanfare. All the following he's got on social media. Won 4 out of 5 games on his first day, but then only managed to get one more win a couple more wins yesterday. Greg Ritchie and Mike Warburton were the players that got through. We'll speak about each of those in a moment, but first of all, let's just celebrate what was the first 9-dart finish we've had here this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jared Cole, what a lovely lad to get it as well. I've known Jared for a long, long time, the king of the castle, and he practices hard. He's one of the nice guys of the game, and I think he probably surprised himself hitting it, to be honest.
Yeah, the smile on his face when he takes out this 144 is brilliant. It's such a great moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a superb moment, and I think he couldn't believe it himself. But look, superb. It's lovely to see those 9-darters here. First one of the year, and so he'll be happy with that, and why not? And why shouldn't he be? But he'd probably prefer to have been in the Saturday night than had a 9-dart finish. I don't know.
He said it himself, yeah, he would swap it. But fanfare for Coleman, that moment for Cole, it was 2 players that were really businesslike that qualified. Let's start with Mike Warburton, very well versed in this tournament, very experienced in the format, and it showed, didn't it?
Yeah, Mike's one of those who comes here and knows the job in hand. Yeah, no, he's a fun guy out the back or whatever, but he never takes his eye off the prize. And he always manages to turn up and hit those big doubles in big moments.
And then the fun starts, because celebrating here, he gives a little nod to our very own Henry Deacon and his dad dancing, I think. Or was it bad dancing? I'm not sure.
I'm going to go bad dancing on that one. But look, he knows how to play, and he knows how to have fun, and he knows when to turn that switch between the two. He'd be really happy that he's in this tonight, and he'll back himself as well. He's one of those shady characters that will always back himself in any game, and if it doesn't work, he'll shake you by the hand and say you were the better man today, and we'd love to see that in darts.
Yeah, we almost had another 9-darter in that group as well. Just a day later, Greg Ritchie nearly produced perfection. We'll take a look at that now. But yeah, here's the moment. It wasn't as close as we'd have hoped, but what would have been going through his mind then? It would have put the gloss on what was a fantastic campaign for him.
I've had a couple of chances at it, and all that goes through my arm is jelly. So, probably the same thing happened to him. The first 2 darts were absolutely perfect, and it looked a rushed last dart, didn't it, a little bit? But look, he'd be over the moon that all his friends saw him had the big chance. Yeah, he'll rue that a bit, but I think we know that he's been playing well for a good 6 or 8 months now, and to be in the finals night is a big achievement for him, and in the progression of where he's trying to be. And I look forward to seeing whether he can turn up and actually hit the 9-darter tonight.
Well, it would cap off what has been a standout week, because this week has had many landmark moments. Here are some of them. The 9-dart finish from Jared Cole, the first of the year. The highest average in a match here in 2024 came from Andreas Harrison. 3rd highest average, a missed double 12. Top 10 series high average from Ashley Coleman on debut. And David Evans, only the 3rd player in Super Series history to win all 8 of his matches in Group B.
yeah, how special is that? But like you say, he's got to go and know if he's going to win it tonight. You would think he would have to win the 4 games tonight, so that would be 12 in a row. And how difficult would that be? I'm sure it's never been done, but wow, he's got a task on his hands.
Yeah, nobody ever has won all of their matches in a week. And also, Leonard Gates, who's in the field, he did miss double 12 for a 9-darter on a Saturday night. So who knows? Maybe one of those records, maybe both go tonight.
We're really talking up a 9-darter tonight, aren't we, amongst these guys? But yeah, let's hope it goes. And look, they're going to be pushing each other. And when you've got a group like this that is so even, they will push each other and amazing things happen. So yeah, why not? Why not a 9-darter?
Right, let's have a look at the groups for this evening then. Here they are. Leonard Gates, Andreas Harrison and Greg Ritchie put in Group 1. David Evans, Mike Warburton, David Davis in Group 2. Now, when Glenn Durrant was sat next to me at the end of last night, he said that Group 1 is as tough as it gets. Do you agree?
100%, yeah, absolutely. It would be the group that you would want to avoid. If you could handpick yourself in that, you wouldn't put yourself in there. So, yeah, I agree with Glenn on that one. And that's what's going to, we're looking at it and thinking, oh, there could be some great games there. Or it could actually go the other way where they're scared to death of one another because they know what's coming. And they could be some really gritty, grindy games with some big moments to win them. So I'm not sure what to expect from that Group 1.
Maybe some value in the outright betting then for a player not in that group, but the bookies do go with Leonard Gates as the favourite. David Evans is the player's second favourite. As kind of predicted, that underdog status goes to David Davis, but you think he might thrive on that, Scott?
Yeah, I think so. I think that he'll love going under the radar. He's an experienced player, you know. Yeah, we've not seen lots and lots of him on the TV. We've seen lots of him here, but we know he can play, so there's no reason. A dart player will back themselves every time until the last double goes in. And he's going to take some stopping still, I think.
How important are the opening fixtures? The first match tonight, for example, Leonard Gates against Greg Ritchie. How important is for whoever loses that match to not lose it heavily?
I think you can go into the game trying to be protective. Trying not to lose too heavy, and if you think like that, it's a psychosomatic game as darts, and if you allow that to think, well, as long as I don't lose by too many, the next thing you know, you've lost 4-0. So you've gone into the game accepting that you're going to lose, but you don't want to lose by many. So it's not the way to do it. The way to do it is to go and try and blow your opponent away 4-0 and really let him have it and see where you are after a couple of legs. But those first early 2 or 3 legs, they take time to settle. Being at the finals night is a big, big thing. I struggled with it, and I can't wait to try and do it again. But I think it's going to be a really, really good evening of darts after those first couple of games.
I've only got time for one more question, and you know what it's going to be, don't you? Who's going to win?
I think Leonard Gates has just got something about him this week that tells me he's enjoyed his couple of games off, but I wish you could ask me again after the first game because I'll know a little bit more of what he's doing. But I do think Leonard Gates this week.
Right, Scott has spoken. Let's find out who is going to win the opening match and indeed the evening. It is Gates against Ritchie in the opener. Scott's going to join Henry Deacon in commentary, and Henry spoke to both players a little earlier on.
Well, Greg, it's been a little while since you've seen you here at the Super Series, but you most certainly made up for lost time in that Group C.
I did. I came in a bit nervous first game, but after that, I got going. We
haven't seen you here for 6 series, so what was it like when you walked back through that door for the first time in a while?
I felt ready to go. Felt pretty good, actually. I've been playing well. I said to Duzza the other day, I've been playing well for 12 months, but I was ready to go.
What would be your overall assessment of the way you played in that group?
I'd say pretty well overall. There's always going to be a couple of dodgy games. Had a couple of dodgy games, but overall, good assessment.
Did you enjoy going under the radar because all the talk was about Ashley Coleman, it was all about Jared Cole, it was all about Mike Warburton. They weren't really talking about you as much.
Nah, pretty happy with that. Nice to be under the radar and not get spoken about and just play well.
Do you get that same sense about tonight as well?
I'd say so. I think David's favourite probably. David's playing really well. Maybe not speaking about me so much, but we'll see what happens.
And we know that at your best you could put in some good numbers. You saw it in Southampton. We've seen you do it on the WDF circuit. How much would you like to do it in front of a crowd? And will a crowd actually have a benefit to yourself as well?
That would be nice. I think the last time in front of the crowd I let myself down. I lost 2 games pretty convincingly. So maybe this time round, be a bit of experience. maybe do it this time.
And as you say, you've got that perfect record of making it through to Saturday nights when you get here. So is there also a little bit of yourself that thinks, because you haven't been here for a while, you got yourself back into the Saturday, that you want to do enough to make sure that you get more of these opportunities going forward?
Yeah, that's the plan. It'd be nice to do a bit better than last time and get back here and do the business for once.
Well, we wish you well, Greg. All the very best.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Well, Leonard, it was a bit of a wild ride, wasn't it, in Group A? You managed to get over the line in the end. How would you assess upon your performances?
It was a wild ride. I started off pretty good, but then kind of wobbled and wiggled there in between and just mustered what I have to pull off a win to win Group A. It was a good fight.
It was interesting, just delving through your numbers in that Group A, your averages and your doubles percentage were pretty much the same as they have been for the last 12 months, and particularly in the checkout ratios. Whenever you got opportunities in that group, you tended to have taken them by and large.
Yeah, I looked at my performance throughout the 12 months, like you were saying. It's been pretty steady. I got to get that part in my mind to just like, okay, get beyond the steadiness and see if, what you can produce above averages, above finishing, great counting, great scoring, and to stay on top. Once I got a player, I'm on top of a player, just keep him there, stay in that position.
Is that the next stage for you, just to try and find that next level within your game?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Just mentally, making sure my stroke is right, my release point is on point, and my scoring is great. So
we had an interesting couple of days in Group B and C. Did you watch any of that by any chance?
Yeah, I definitely watched it. These guys, they came to play. That's all I can say. They definitely come to play. Got my work cut out for me here, of course, with Andreas and then Ritchie. So, let's see if I can get past those two guys first.
And just finally, 2 final defeats. Is third time the charm for you?
Yeah, I would say third time's a charm. If not, I'm gonna give it a good go at it.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Leonard. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Leonard Gates back here at finals night at the MODUS Super Series and looking to get his first finals night triumph on that stage. Last time he was here on a Saturday, missed double 12 for a 9-darter. Are we going to see another historic moment on this week of landmarks? It's been a fantastic week 5, and Gates of the States is looking to end his wait. The 53-year-old seniors multiple title holder takes on Greg Ritchie, the Musselburgh man, in the opening match, and he played very, very well in Group C this week. Now, guiding you through every dart this evening, it is Scotty Dog, the former world champion Scott Mitchell, and on the dancing soldier, it's the dancing commentator. Good evening to Henry Deacon.
Hi, Chris. Yes, I promise there's no dancing this evening. Very good evening, everybody, and welcome along to a night that promises quite a lot. It's been a week which was promised a lot, and, well, it duly delivered. And, well, a big night needs a big man on the stick, and none get many better than Paul Hinks. Well, Leonard Gates got us underway this week. He'll be hoping to throw the final dart of proceedings. He started the action on Monday, getting the better of Connor Scott by 4 legs to 0 with a 98.5 average. But he takes on a man in Greg Ritchie,
21.
which nobody's really spoken about this week. And his numbers do deserve talking about. Scott Mitchell, an average over the course of the 2 days of 89.61, a checkout percentage of 30%. Basically, from top to bottom, we've got a very good standard up and waiting.
Yeah, good evening, Henry. Yes, we have, and delighted to be here on a Saturday finals night once again. And is that a little mini break there to start off with Greg Ritchie? A little unlucky with scoring 21, and Leonard Gates pounces on that with a 180.
100.
Is that going to be the story of this game?
Well, that guy that you saw there on the 180 screen from Paul Hinks is a famous TikToker who's a big fan of the Super Series.
36.
Gates looking to get off to a golden start. Another one of them will leave himself a dart at 88. Not to be on this occasion, but he has got the luxury of time with Ritchie all the way back on 244.
And he double-checked this time whether it was in or not. That was nice to see.
Leaving tops after 12. Getting out the gates, pardon the pun, in golden style.
100.
This for 1-0 lead, little to no time at all. So really establishes authority on the match. 13 data for Leonard Gates to get us up and running. The man from Texas holds them in the first leg.
Game on.
Yeah, nicely done there from Leonard Gates. I just feel that, you know, he's starting to find the form of 2023. Although I know you looked into the stats and he's not played this week a lot different to where he's played elsewhere.
Well, he is the definition of playing to type.
125.
Let me give you his 12-month averages, his 12-month stats. For the last 12 months, he's averaged 88.58, 37.2% when it's come to the doubling. But if you actually have a look at his numbers for this week, it's not far off at all. 88.42 and 38.06% when it's come to the finishing.
100.
Yeah, definitely. He just hasn't kind of had it all his own way in the last couple of months, and it's just nice to see him. He just sort of dominated that Group A in day one, and it was just him being back to him, really.
But you think it's a case of, because of his reputation, players are now playing better against him?
Yeah, this is what happens. This is what happens when you do something great, you put a star on your shirt or whatever, then your players play you differently, and they continue to do so. But that gives you longevity because you've got to stay at a better level. So it's not a bad thing. At the start, you think, oh, everybody's picking on me, but it's a good thing.
58.
Well, for the second consecutive leg, Gates left 136 after 9. It's exactly what Ritchie has left after 12. I'm going to take it out. So Gates is going to return for the breaker throw and a 2-0 lead. A stupendous start for the American ace.
Should get a dart at it. If it doesn't go wayward here, he's going to get 2. Down to double 6. Oh, that's what's been costing him of late.
40.
Well, Ritchie has been patient, and now he gets his chance. 3 darts at tops to square this game up. Double 10.
20.
If there was one area we thought that Greg had to improve upon tonight, it was his finishing at 30%, and he's blotted 3 opportunities there. And it is double 3 for Leonard Gates to open up a 2-0 lead. He gets the break, and he is now in full control and full command of this match.
Third leg, Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he sure is, and what a confident double 3 that was, and his double 12 was right on the wire on the inside, and his double 6 wasn't a million miles away. I think Gates means business tonight.
Second max, averaging 110.81 at this present moment in time.
93.
And I'm going to get out of the way with early. We've never had a 9 darter here on a Saturday night of the Super Series.
And we still haven't. Well done, Henry. Thanks
59.
for that. Just for a split second longer, if you could have just not thought that.
$134.
Absolutely. Everybody downstairs was wanting a 9 darter, and you jinx it.
All I'm saying is the art of commentary, Scott, is to say something like that
96.
and then hope that it happens. But Leonard has left himself on a bogey number.
Well, the big question now is, will he bust this or
58.
not? You don't do it twice. You don't bust it twice, surely.
Well, the good thing by missing the treble there is he physically can't.
$59.
He looks confused there. He didn't have a Scooby-Doo, did he?
But what he does have is a real stranglehold in this game.
96. London Dakar 107.
This is for a 3-0 lead. And we've barely played 6 minutes of this darts match yet. He's pinning off legs, and in a couple of minutes, time after time, he could be pinning the first ton top of the night. If he can get double 16,
75.
just nudges the wire. Ritchie's back for 120.
120.
It's a chance you feel he has to take.
tops.
80.
But he couldn't really
London
see
Dakar
much of that
32.
particular target. And so Gates is back for a 3-leg lead, averaging just above a ton in these opening exchanges.
Game shot on the third leg.
3-0 Gates.
Gates.
And he has done it in the space of 45 darts. That equates to an average of
Fourth leg break to
100.2,
first.
50%
Game
when
on.
it comes to the finishing. That is very hard to beat.
Very much so, especially when you've got the lead off throw.
97.
You've got to be doing 105s to stay with it and taking those one dart chances.
Is it fair to say that the talk of this week has been more about the players who hadn't qualified than those that have? When you think about Connor Scott not being here, Jared Cole not being here,
29.
Ashley Coleman, who harboured all the attention in Group C on Thursday and Friday, not qualifying through.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, there was a lot of attention on all three of those players, and
120.
I'm surprised that not one of them made it through. You know, it was a surprise. You would put them down, but look at the guys that have made it.
97.
Which one doesn't deserve to be here? There's none of them. So darts is what it is. Those other three lived to battle another day, and they learnt more and gained more experience from the week
125.
being here.
Well, Ritchie's left himself on 159. I just wonder, when you look at this field, right, you've got 4 players in Gates, Evans, Harrison and Warburton, proven winners.
99.
And then you've got 2 players in David Davis and Greg Ritchie, who you can make an argument are periphery players, players you know got talent, but maybe are looking to take that next step in their career.
99.
Yeah, absolutely agree with all that, Henry. I think you're absolutely right. And the only way you're going to take that next step is to find success at places like this. Firstly, you've got to
60.
qualify where they've done that
Car
bit,
60.
and then they've got to do the next bit well. And I just think no matter what you take from this week, you have to
20.
take experience, you have to take your chances. That's what you have to take.
Well, Greg Ritchie has had 6 chances in this match to win a leg, and he has spurned each and every single one of them.
55. Greg
Gates
Car
has left
40.
himself on a finish. But he's not
Game
going to get a
shot on the
go of the
fourth leg.
161. Ritchie's
Greg
on the board.
Ritchie.
And we don't know how important that leg could be at the end of proceedings tonight.
Fifth leg
Because
landed
it
to
could be
throw
a case
first.
if Greg
Game
does
on.
lose this game, it could come down to legs difference in the next one. So if he is to go down, he wants to go down swinging.
Yeah, Murph and I spoke about at the top of the show. You can come out here throwing second thinking, I
100.
just don't need a big defeat here. I need to stay in it. And before you know it, the game's got away from you. And, you know, Ritchie's had chances at doubles here
60.
to be a lot closer than he is.
Well, they're just kind of meeting in the middle now, this pair. Gates raced off to a
59.
3-0 lead, averaging a ton, but the average is now 91 for Gates, 87.19 for Ritchie. And so basically both players are coming back down to their sort of level for the week. But we'll see for whom
57.
where that levelling off will benefit 2 more.
I feel Leonard played with the confidence of being the Group A winner. When he started those first couple of legs, there has to be a confidence when you know that you've kind of won that
26.
Group A. You've got a couple of days off. He'd have found somewhere to have a little practice, I'm sure, and really relaxed and enjoyed his time and made sure that he was ready for tonight.
140.
He had to travel late for the night on Sunday. He fulfilled his commitments to the World Seniors on Sunday after being knocked out to the Champion of Champions tournament. So it was a late start on Monday, but still started superbly. Made it through Group A, and I think he would have been thankful for the couple of days off that he would have been afforded as a result of that success. But Ritchie here is just beginning to motor somewhat.
125.
First to a finish against the Gates throw, wins this leg, back to 3-2, and the game is back on throw.
$60. Greg Car 190.
Treble eluded him, so 119 for Ritchie. Not the easiest. It is now.
Game shot on the
For the
fifth
first
leg.
ton topper of the
Greg
night, and Greg
Ritchie.
Ritchie returns this game to throw. It looked like it was going to be a
Six-leg
procession
break
for the
to throw
soldier,
first. Game on.
but Ritchie is dug in. Greg has grounded the task out, returns the game to throw at 3-2.
$47.
No luck there for Ritchie. 2 lovely thrown darts, but in Treble 7.
76.
76 from Gates. He's really making Gates think about this.
Both players, Scott, incredibly are playing numbers-wise in terms of their average exactly
58.
to their weekly numbers right now. 89 plays 88. And perhaps stats being the
96.
ultimate guide, Leonard was better on his doubles than Greg by a small margin. Leonard's better than Greg on the doubling on this particular occasion. We say that darts isn't a game played on paper, but we can have a look at the stats over a big sample and see how some games are going to play out. And this has been a match that's exemplified that.
99.
Yeah, I agree with that. Good crowding tonight as well.
Quite as lively as the
60.
Lipscomb lot last week, but they've all made the pilgrimage to Portsmouth on this Easter Saturday, hoping for some excellent darts.
Honestly, he's here all week.
100.
No, he's not. We're going home.
Anyway, I'll deal with the hot cross puns in the next game because Gates is hoping to win it here.
140.
Oh, you crack me up.
130.
Well, this would be some way to win it. Gates got out the blocks flying. Ritchie has kept him honest and is going to get a turn on the ton to bring it back from 3-0 to 3-3. Leonard had won the
35.
first 3 legs in
Regular
45
car,
darts, but he
100.
has toiled ever since. And this would be for back-to-back ton plus outs if he can pin the tops. Now double 10.
90.
Gates is back
Regular
for
car,
the match.
95.
These are the shots that a confident Gates would take out. He's having a look to see which way is he going. He's going the bullseye route. He's gone again. I think he's got 30 in the board. I think he's got 60 left. He's going to have to go there again, isn't he? Surely. 65 left.
45.
Comes out for the treble.
Regular car,
15, having been unfortunate on the bullseye. It's now 3 for double, 1 for Ritchie.
8.
Pins the wire,
Running
grazes
your
the
car,
wire,
50.
but it could be the last dart he throws. Gates for the match has 2 in hand at double 16. Ritchie had threatened the comeback, missed a dart for 3-3. But it's 2 8s for Gates to get the opening win of the night. He had to work hard for it in the end. He got out the blocks flying, won the first 3 legs in 45 darts, was averaging over a ton for large swathes of the match. But Ritchie dug in, but it was 10 missed darts at a double, which was his undoing ultimately in the end. That the tail of the tape. Gates winning with an average just under 85. 44% when it came to the doubling. But for Greg Ritchie, those couple of legs that he won in the comeback charge could be quite crucial when it comes to his encounter with Andreas Harrison in match 3. We're going to kickstart Group 2 when we return after this short break. And we're going to watch David Evans, the man who won every single game in that particular group, take on David Davis, who's through to a Saturday night for the 3rd time.
So the soldier Leonard Gates out of the gate quickest in that opening match. He got the win against Greg Ritchie, who fought back, almost got it to 3-3 as well, but is the American who's made the stellar start, the favourite living up to that billing. Now we move to Group 2, and it is the David darting derby as Evans meets Davis in the first match of that group. And Henry Deacon spoke to both players earlier tonight.
Well, David, it was quite tight, it was quite tense, but through to tonight's final. Just sum up that Group B from your perspective.
Well, I got a late call. I couldn't make the first dates. I've been selected for Wales, so that it clashed with those dates, so I couldn't come. And then they said, can you do next week? I thought it was a push, but I could do it. So I came, then I seen the names in there, and it was like, they're all tough anyway, but when you see players, it's really, really active, so it was always going to be tough. And then the two came from Group A as well. I knew I was up against it, and I'm sure 99% of the people thought it would be David Evans, Andreas and Connor Scott. But sorry, boys, I interrupted the party.
Did that group almost show how far you've come in the last 12, 18 months or so?
Massively. I think if that was the group when I first arrived, I think I would have shivered, I think. But now this is the most active I've ever been as a darts player, travelling here and there. And I want to be up against these guys, so I think I can hold my own, and I've shown that.
Would it be fair to say that every single time we see you here at the Super Series, you feel more and more belief in yourself in terms of you not looking at other people, that other people should look at yourself as a player?
I believe that now. This is probably the most confident I've been coming into one of these because I'm playing well and I'm more active. My numbers are really good, but I did struggle Thursday, Friday. I felt tight, I felt tense for some reason. It's not like me. My dart was falling low, treble 20, so if I get that first dart right, put the scores in, I think I'll do okay tonight.
Could you put your finger on the reason why?
No, I felt absolutely fine. Hitting the scores on the practice board, went on stage, there was low, and I was getting frustrated really. So to come away with 2 wins on Thursday, I would have snapped your hand off.
And if you could make some bit of progress tonight here, we've seen you get through to these finals. Well, how much would you like to take that next step now? Yeah, well, the first couple of times I did make finals night, then I have, they're not done so well on finals night, so it's that step again now. So it is baby steps, I am progressing. I'm still learning as a darts player. I learn something new about the game, about myself, every time I come here. So yeah, hopefully this is my time. We wish you all the best, David. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
David, this MODUS Super Series is quite simple, isn't it? Go into Group B, play 8 games, win 8 games, get straight through to Saturday.
It seems like it's so, but it's not. It's a lot harder than what it seems. But 8 out of 8 joining the 8 club with 3 other people. It's a good feat to have.
In terms of yourself, a lot of people are talking about Andreas in the build-up to that week, or Matt Connor Scott in the build-up to it. You kind of went under the radar a little bit, because in the way you played recently, did you actually embrace that challenge?
Yeah, I mean, because anyone that comes here is they're brilliant players. So it's a case of just doing what I know I can do. I've, like I said, been there on the tour before, so it's a case of just using my ability. And I know it's there, so it finally produced it.
Do you feel like since playing here at the Super Series has been a case of so close yet so far?
Yeah. I mean, 2 or 3 times been to the finals night now, and I think tonight's my time to shine. So, and that's the main thing I'm going to aim for.
When you go into the back of a group with 8 wins out of 8, what kind of confidence does that give yourself?
Massive, because I mean, the last time I was in Group A, 14 out of 15, and now I've done 8 out of 8 in Group B. So why can I not go on and win it now? So,
what do you think the key is translating good groups into good Saturday nights in your mind?
It's just the mentality, and like I said the other day, don't think, because if you think, then you're in trouble basically. Just got to keep the mentality down and just go for it.
We wish you all the very best, David. All the very best. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
The best compliments you can pay a dart player on a scoring visit like that. 7-7. Oh yeah, a 15 darter.
You're never out of a Group B. Certainly not after the first fixture.
However, he is 3-0 down.
First dart in the 60. Yes. Second dart in the middle of the single. Yes. Double top. Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone?
On the 4 flag, David Evans.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, could it be David Evans, who will light up the live lounge this evening? Stretch, looking to stretch his perfect run this week, winning all 8 of his matches in his Group B campaign. An absolutely brilliant display. As for David Davis, well, he did that previously in a Group B campaign at the Super Series, but it was very different over the last couple of nights. Managed to kind of scrape through, but he has got that knack of making it through to Saturday nights. Evans, though, as he just said, is coming in formidable form and looking to lift that title for the first time. Or will David Davis, the Welshman from Denby, will he break his duck on finals night? Let's find out in the company of Henry Deacon and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. David Davis in his 3rd finals night here at the MODUS Super Series. His previous 2 have failed to yield an appearance beyond the group stages when it's come to an evening like this. Up against David Evans, who now has that proverbial weight of expectation on his shoulders because he won every single game in Group B. There'll be a lot of people, Scott, that will think that it's surely his to lose. But he said about mentality when it comes to a Saturday night and how it differs between the week, because I suppose you go from a group stage feel, a group stage mentality, to knockout from the very first dart.
Yeah, it very much does, and it doesn't feel like a group thing until you... It probably, you're pleased it's a group thing if you lose the first game. You're pleased. But you come into this thinking that it's a knockout. You have to treat it with the mentality it's a knockout.
83.
And the other thing I seemed to pick up on there was David Evans said, you know, as a dart player, you don't want to think. He's absolutely spot on. If you start thinking before you get up there, I need to do this, I need to do that, then all you do is bamboozle yourself. Because darts has a tendency of, if you're thinking the right thoughts, for the right things to happen. And if you're overthinking what you're doing and thinking, oh, I need a couple of legs here rather than a win, then your world falls down around you generally.
Well, of the 6, David Davis is the outsider. 16-1 he was priced with the bookies before a dart was thrown for him to pick up the title.
57.
Now, Gates and Evans at one point today couldn't be split, but at the last time of check, Evans 11-4, second favourite with the bookies to go on and lift that particular title. Which you'd think,
55.
if for a man who's won 8 from 8, probably isn't too bad an odds to compile onto.
But I'm a man that's won sort of 8 out of 8 at a county season and what have you, and that last one is always the hardest. You know that your wheels have got to fall off at some point. Somebody's going to turn up against you at some point, and I wonder if Dave Evans is thinking like that today, because
99.
You like get the monkey off your back if you know, because you've been winning. Sometimes you. In the county situation, you're quite happy to lose one and then start winning again.
So it's an untwisted way when all you think about when you're winning is thinking about when the next defeat's going to come.
It can do, yes. It can creep in. Particularly the more games that you start to string into a line, you start thinking, well, it's got to end at some point. It's got to end at some point. And 9 times out of 10, you convince yourself it's ended and you end it. So if he doesn't think like that, he'll be fine.
Well, Evans 1-2-8 for the opening leg of this particular encounter. The bullseye to get himself off to the perfect start.
103.
Not to be, and so Davis has the break chance on 93 to pick up the opening leg. Played safe. And now, by virtue, is going to go middle, bottom, and almost found the tops.
Yeah, sensible there. The danger is going for double 11. That's one of the hardest single numbers to hit, particularly under pressure. So now Evans is heading to double 8.
David Evans
Holds throw, but there was a danger there that it could have been broken.
Second leg, David Davis.
David Davis plays that pace and plays his own game and gives himself chances. On this occasion, he failed to convert. But he won't keep doing that if you keep giving him chances.
Well, some may ask, where's this golden rich vein of form from David Evans come from? Well, we saw him last time here play really well. Lost out in the semi-finals to a man who didn't just win the week, went on to win the jackpot in Scott Taylor. And since then, he's played 16 times on the Challenge Tour circuit. And in those 16 matches, he averaged beneath the 80 mark just once. His average over those 16 games, big sample size, 88.62, and was 42.6% on the doubles. However, this is how cruel and mistress darts can be at times. That only yielded him one last 16 appearance, which meant in terms of prize money, for all of the good work that he did, he won just 700 quid.
Yeah, welcome to the Challenge Tour. That is the way that it is there, and you don't need to tell me. It's brutal, but it helps you learn. It gives you mental strength. And I think
85.
David Evans had a couple of years where he was absolutely flying. He got his tour card, and the Pro Tours are hard enough. They are hard enough. They're mentally hard. They're physically hard, and the games are hard because you're playing such a clientele, but you want to be in that room.
82.
And I think he lost his way a little bit when he lost his tour card for a little while. And now I think you're starting to see him come back, and he's heading back to where he was when he won the tour card, particularly over the last 2 days. He's been sensational.
43.
Well, if stars aligned in different ways, you and David Evans could have been the last ever BDO World Final, because he got to the quarterfinal of that tournament, missed out to Mario van den Boogaard.
99.
You made the semi-finals of that particular tournament, lost out to the eventual champ.
$100. David Ducar, 80.
Well, this to level up at 1-1. Davis did have a dart at tops to win the opening leg. He's going to get 2 to win leg 2. Up for double 5. He doesn't want missed doubles to be the story of his night.
75. David Ducar,
Where he was 1 in
40.
3 on his doubles over the course of qualification, and he has spurnt 3 opportunities on the outer ring. And Evans isn't going to mop up the 140, so he's going to get another couple of goes. But you mentioned earlier on that sometimes these early games can be a little bit nervy because they know the magnitude of the situation. It's fair to say that this match is most certainly falling into that bracket. Both players averaging below 80 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was nearly double 3 there for David Davis. 1 up and 1 in.
No score.
Not that far in.
David Ducar, 20.
Well, Evans could pick up a leg which he had no right to win. But it's in his leisure. Evans breaks, he leads 2-0, and David Evans shakes his head in the background, and he has every right to do that. He knows he should be level in this match, but it is Evans who is 2 up.
Yeah, no, and Davis is 0 from 5 at a double, and could have been 2-0 up himself. It's just the way that the cookie crumbles in this game, and you make mistakes on finals night and you're punished heavily, and he's got to get over that now mentally.
59.
And try and find a game. He cannot afford to lose this leg.
Well, I just wonder whether you're doing any scouting, Scotty, because David Davis is going to be playing for Wales in the British Internationals in a few weeks' time. Now, as the legend of England international darts as you are, this is not just... I think you may have found out that you're doing some scouting on him, Scott. He's heard you in the building.
60.
Nah, we don't do scouting on the other teams. We let them scout us, mate. We know what we got. We don't worry too much.
I don't know whether you're invoicing for both the commentary and the scout report. That was all I just needed to clear up.
Yeah, same invoice.
Well, Evans may well just begin to go through the gears now. Maximum puts him in full control of this game. 2-0 to the good. And maybe just beginning to put the afterburners on a little bit.
44.
But did it also show the fact that David did have a look over to the crowd, whether it be jovial or not, that maybe not everything's just fully in sync right now and that little things are just beginning to creep into the mind?
45.
Yeah, when you're absolutely flying and the darts are going where you want them to go, you don't hear those little murmurs or those little comments, or when it's not quite going right or you're right under the cosh,
40.
you hear them.
David Ducar, 160.
Well, it'd be ironic the way that the first couple of legs in this game went, that Evans took out the 160. And it's not going to be a possibility on this particular occasion. It's all about setting up. Davies way back.
88.
Left himself 72. He's done half the job.
Davis said in his interview that if he can find his treble 20 hitting with that first dart, he can follow it in, but something he hasn't done thus far this match.
Tops for 3-0. Evans is in full control of this game. 3-0 to the good. He hasn't played at his vintage best, but he hasn't needed to find the levels that we've seen in the last couple of days. David Davies here is in a world of trouble.
$95.
Yeah, he is. He's going to now throw caution to the wind and try to throw with some freedom. He can ill afford to go down 4-zip here. It would more or less
58.
be curtains for him.
Well, over the last couple of weeks, David Davies has got a new mascot called Tallulah. Well, I don't think he needs a mascot toy right now.
80.
I think he needs a David Evans voodoo doll to find a way back into this particular match.
Yeah, and he's going to have to be pretty accurate with the needles on that as well, I should think, to affect him.
140.
Just beginning to brim now, David Evans. And the issue is it doesn't get any easier for Davies. His next game's
59.
against Mike Warburton, who, you've got that Welsh derby dynamic, and you also get the sense with Warburton that we will see a different man when it comes to tonight's
58.
play in comparison to maybe what we've seen at times during the rest of the week.
Yeah, we know he's had a few ailments that he's been battling against in the last few months, and Warburton will be hoping that they don't rear their ugly head for him tonight.
96.
Well, Davies leaves himself on 171 and he looks over the scoreboard. He's realised what he's done.
$58.
Scott, there's two words for that. Board management, some would say.
Yeah, absolutely. But he has a chance. He got himself in it. His mentality now has to be that he
59.
can get himself out of it. And he hasn't quite done that.
It's not about how you get yourself into danger. It's about how you get yourself out of danger.
133.
And he is in all sorts of danger.
112.
You say this has to go back up to the top of the board again, where he's been unsuccessful already.
72.
And once again, it's
54.
adrenaline. It's adrenaline. He's overpitched.
Well, this is for the perfect 9.
34.
But it's not
David
to be
Carr,
right now
40.
for David Evans. 0 from 6 on the doubles so far, David Davies.
Evans saw the finishing line, and the flag bearer bashed him on the head with it.
30.
And now David
David
Davies
Carr,
has done
20.
exactly the same.
And so Evans gets another go to complete the job and to complete a 4-zip win. It's the perfect 9 for David Evans. It's 9 wins from 9 for him this week at the Super Series. Nobody has gone through the whole card throughout the duration of a week without defeat. David Evans is looking to make that kind of history tonight. Still jovial, still laughing, still joking, but he knows it's a performance way below his best, but he didn't have to be to get the better of David Davies by 4-0. He'll be disappointed with the way that first game went. He takes on Mike Warburton in the next one. Now, coming up after the break, we're in a situation where we could know the whole Group 1 dynamic by the end of it. Because if Greg Ritchie loses to Andreas Harrison, well, we know the two are going to be heading through Group 1. It could be a semi-final lineup that could be decided very quickly indeed.
Well, the perfect week continues for David Evans, doesn't it? A flawless start to his finals night campaign, and he could be the first player to go a full week without losing a match. David Davis will have work to do, as does Greg Ritchie in this next game. Ritchie must win the match to keep his hopes alive. If he does win it 4-1 or better, he will be through himself. He faces the Swede Andreas Harrison, who of course has won on this stage twice before, and Henry Deacon caught up with the man with the best beard in darts a little earlier this evening.
Andreas, into Saturday night once again here at the Super Series. How would you say you've played over the course of the last 5 days?
Started really well, I think. Monday was good. And then it's been up and down, struggling a bit. Yeah. But, yeah, I won lots of games, so it got me into the Saturday.
Yesterday you played really, really well. It was almost as if you drew upon the form that you were in on Monday. You must have been really pleased with those particular performances.
Yes. Yeah, Monday and yesterday was really good. It's good to get a day like that. We know we can do it.
Could you almost explain what happened in the middle of the week? Could you almost put your finger as to why things didn't quite go to plan for yourself?
No, I don't know. It just didn't happen. The arm felt great, and yeah, but it didn't happen.
Well, you're so good when it comes to Saturdays here, Andreas. You've won your last 2 qualifying Saturdays here. Now, only a handful of players have won 3 successive Saturday nights. In fact, only Steve West has won 3 successive qualifying Saturdays. How much would you like to do that and be a part of the history of the MODUS Super Series?
Yeah, it would be great, of course. Yeah. I'm happy just to be here. But if I get through winning today, it would be great. Yeah, well, lovely.
Do you feel like one of the real names of the Super Series? Because whenever people talk about the MODUS Super Series, because of what you've done here, the 9 darters, the weekly wins, the big averages, a lot of people talk about yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm just honored to be here and play. So.
Well, we always love watching you, and we're going to enjoy watching you again tonight. Andreas, all the very best.
Oh, thank you.
It is a beauty, that beard, isn't it? Yeah, here at the MODUS Super Series, Andreas Harrison back on the stage, and he can put himself through to the semi-finals once again with a game to spare if he can get the better of Greg Ritchie, who went down to Leonard Gates in his first match of the night. Now he has to deal with Dirty Harrison, the Super Swede, looking to get another victory on a Saturday night here at the Super Series. Ritchie needing a victory to keep his hopes alive. And as I said, if he can win this 4-1 or 4-0 himself, then he will book his place in the semi-finals. Can he get the better of the beard to be feared? Let's find out. Back to Henry and Scott.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. This man in your picture is becoming a bit of a specialist when it comes to Saturday nights here at the Super Series. He's won his last 2 weeks in terms of qualification, and in Series 5 came oh so close to winning the main jackpot itself. Got his way through to the semi-finals of Champions Week in Series 5. That was ultimately won by Jim McEwen. But it's a fellow Scot here who is in all sorts of trouble, in all sorts of peril, Greg Ritchie. But we mentioned that those 2 legs that he won in the comeback against Leonard Gates could be oh so important for him. Well, if he can win 4-0 or 4-1, as mentioned in the introduction, then that would be enough to see him through. Whereas if it was a 4-0 jobbing, then he would still be in the lap of the gods.
Yeah, he would be indeed. But
81.
Andreas Harrison is a little bit different gravy. He's been here, seen it, got a few T-shirts. He's just a lovely guy as well. I think you got a great interview out of him. He's one of those that doesn't really overextend any yes and no answers generally from Andreas. I think you've got one of the best interviews out of him that I've seen, to be honest there, Henry.
Tell you what, it's really interesting speaking to Andreas, that we all know that English isn't his first language, and so
57.
He often says to me, actually, after interviews, he'd like to do more. He'd like to try. He wants to get better at interviews. Wants to try and do everything possible to help himself out, help this out. Just a real genuine, pleasant guy to be around.
He is. I met some of his family. He had his sons with him at the Challenge Tour out in Germany the other week, and he's a family man as well, and just a lovely fellow. And here we go.
100.
Half-hearted attempt at the tops for the 140.
Ritchie's going to take out the 134, and so Harrison has left himself tops after 12.
46.
This was kind of a staple of his diet when he ran ragged on day one. Double 10. 1-0 Harrison, 14 dart break. So if Greg Ritchie's going to make it through automatically in this game, he's going to have to win 4 straight.
Game on.
And that's going to be a very hard task against this man who, in terms of this week, very good at the start, very good at the end,
100.
but in the middle, a little bit patchy. His numbers for the group that he came through, the Group B, because it's the fairest way to assess
58.
how he went through, 87.79 and 38.36% on the checkouts. But the margin of improvement from day 1 to day 2 is quite intrinsic, really.
60.
His average for day 2, 92.86 and 52% on the doubles. His averages yesterday, 95.48, 96.89, 90.75, 88.42.
66.
And was either 50% on the doubles in the 3 games that he won, or was 1 out of 1 on the doubles in the game that he lost to David Evans.
Yeah, and to be fair, I watched that game, and
85.
Evans was absolutely outstanding. So he wouldn't have worried about that too much. But we speak about, every time I come here, about you target your opponents in groups, and everybody knows who their biggest opponent and main rival is. And you sometimes target them, and then the game goes away against them. And I think that's kind of what happened to him this week. But now he's targeting nothing other than winning games.
It's a real family occasion here at the MODUS Super Series. It's a real family outing at Easter for
76.
all concerned. Harrison 76 for a 2-0 lead. This would be for back-to-back 14 dart legs. Double 8.
68.
Doesn't go, but he has got that luxury of time.
Yeah, absolutely. He'd have been one happy bunny at Easter if that had gone.
In fact, in the back of the audience there is Stephen Johnston, who's going to be playing
54.
here at the Super Series next week.
8.
Double 4 for Andreas for a 2-0 lead.
Andreas Harrison.
First 2 legs completed in the space of 30 darts. Harrison is halfway towards the victory post, and the victory post which will see him and Leonard Gates into the semi-finals.
$91.
You hope that whatever happens
60.
this evening doesn't derail Greg Ritchie too much. Made a real positive start to 2024. Had a real good couple of years, didn't he, on the WDF circuit, which culminated in appearances here.
84.
Made a last 16 and a last 32 of a Challenge Tour so far this year. And you'll hope that the positives of this week in terms of qualifying through to the Saturday night and playing to the sort of level that he did will galvanise him and give him confidence as we slowly but surely head towards the real business part of 2024.
Yeah, he's going to have to find some
34.
positives from a negative, and you have to do that throughout your darting career. And there'll be something. It'll be one shot. It'll be one, a big shot to
60.
leave something. You may not get a chance at it, but it gives you, in those big moments, the positivity to know that you can do it. And you have to look at those. If you look at the whole game and keep going,
92.
I was rubbish, and you're not going to improve. You're going to have to dissect it and find the good parts.
Well, Ritchie, just like in his first game against Leonard Gates, is plodding away after a sluggish start. 2-0 down, but has left himself on a ton after 12 darts to half the gap. It's going to have to be double 19 here. But he has just lost his range when he could most ill afford to doing so.
28.
Yeah, in that situation, you've got to hit the big numbers. Otherwise, Andreas now only has to plop a ton in, and he's all under all sorts of pressure here, Ritchie, in a leg that he absolutely in full command of.
60. Gregor Carr, 72.
To pull one back. Double. Oh, this would be delicious. Oh, it's delightful for Greg Ritchie. It's some way to keep him in the contest. Back it goes to 2-1.
Fourth leg, Andreas to throw first. Game on.
It's the way these young kids do it there now, isn't it?
Not quite your traditional ton 101 legs, is it, Scott, that you did back in the day?
Absolutely call me old-fashioned. I'd even leave the 1 on to make it more difficult.
57.
Yeah, you had a few too many tons in a line there, Henry, I think.
125.
It's not like me to get a little bit excited and overreact to Harry, is it?
No, not like you at all.
96.
Well, Andreas Harrison is looking to complete a hat-trick of wins. Now,
55.
It depends how you are going to differentiate your stats as to how the hat-trick would work out. If you're basing it just on, well, appearances in the Super Series, only Steve West has won a hat-trick of consecutive weeks in qualifying. But if you're going to include other terms, well, Neil Duff has also done that. He did that last week. And Harrison, with that max, his second of the game, has left himself 41 after 12 to open up a 3-1 lead.
95.
Got to be honest, I wondered where you were going with that, but you did get there in the end. Well done. I agree with everything that you say now.
Okay, just clink it across.
25. Gregor Carr 132.
Can Greg pop the champagne? Not to be this time. Well, he does the next best job and leave himself on tops, but Harrison with 3 in hand, you don't expect to come back. Case in point, 3-1 to the Swede. And he's a leg away now from securing not just his, but Leonard Gates' spot in the semi-finals a little bit later on tonight.
Yeah, Harrison there. I was just looking out the commentary box window, and when he threw that second dart, he was already halfway to the hockey. He knew it was going before it hit.
Good crowd in tonight here at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, appreciative crowd as well, enjoying the good scores. Nice ripple of applause.
But they're not going to be treated to a first Saturday Night 9 darter in front of a crowd just yet. Amazing to think that we've been here now for around about 18 months or so. We played our first game. Actually, we're going to see a repeat of one of the first games on the first night next week when Paul Hogan takes on Martin Adams on September the 3rd, 2022. Still not a 9 darter on a Saturday night in front of an audience. For Harrison, all he's going to eye up is progression through, and that's 221 points away now.
57. Gregor Carr 170.
Now or never for Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. Because he was going double-double earlier. I don't know why. I was expecting him to go 19s there.
Andreas Carr 164.
Well, this would be some way to seal it, wouldn't it? Treble 18 would have left the bullseye, but it now forces Ritchie to take out the 114 to keep any meagre hopes alive. Treble 18.
So not to be. So Harrison, to get him through to the semi-finals, that is right on the wire. Mile away.
16.
Oh, he saw the finishing line too. It's not over yet. Ritchie was 76.
Double 8 to keep himself in it. Along for double 4. Doesn't go. And now Harrison's back. And now he's got 3 in hand. To send not just himself, but Leonard Gates into the semi-finals. Double 2.
12.
But in your head with each dart, you're saying to yourself, stop messing around, you've done the hard work.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Well, Ritchie didn't mess around there, back to 3-2, but Andreas Harrison did have the insurance policy that in this, the 6th leg, he has the throw.
I think he did have a smile under that beard to himself there with the amount of darts that he had. I'm sure he did. I couldn't quite see.
85.
I was actually having a look at some pictures of Andreas on his World Championship debut at the Lakes. No, it wasn't at the Lakes. It was at the Indigo at the O2. Tell a lie. And, well, that beard wasn't quite as furnished as it is now. It really is a thing of beauty, isn't it?
I'm worried about you now that your Facebook stalking his pictures. I didn't know how else to say it other than, what are you doing?
I've always known it's extensive research, Scott Mitchell.
Wow. Lovely jubbly. Yeah, no, he was there
94.
with because I made the semi-finals.
This for Harrison's space in the semi-finals, but with Ritchie all the way back, this is a far more tangible chance to seal his spot through.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed as long as he doesn't stand there and feel that he's done all the handshaking already, and because he's been in that position.
58. It's
good counting from Ritchie.
But it could count for nothing. Harrison's into the semi-finals again. He's looking for the hat-trick with Dirty Harry, and he is one step closer to doing that. And in doing so, he sends Leonard Gates into the final four. He gets the better of Greg Ritchie by 4 legs to 2. 2-4-2 defeats for him, sees him depart stage left, before we've even seen Mike Warburton in action. Such is the ruthless, cutthroat nature of the Super Series. That's the tale of the tape from that one. Harrison would average just under 93, 25% when it came to the finishing. Greg Ritchie can reflect upon plenty of the positives that come from this week, but there will be a bitter disappointment as to how tonight has gone. Ritchie 2, Harrison 4. Next up, Davies against Warburton.
Welcome back. Well, Group 1 sorted then. Leonard Gates and Andreas Harrison both going through to the semi-finals. They will battle it out to see who wins that group, and everything could be decided after this next match. It's an all North Wales affair between David Davis and Mike Warburton, who's making his first appearance of the evening after Greg Ritchie has already been eliminated. Now, it didn't go well for Davis in his opener, lost 4-0 to David Evans, so he, of course, needs to win this match to keep alive his hopes. As for Warby, if he wins it, he will go through and take David Evans with him. So ahead of his first match of tonight, Henry Deacon caught up with Mike Warburton.
Well, Mike, it's been quite the week for yourself here at the Super Series. Are you able to kind of assess it overall?
Yeah, it's pretty simple to assess, really. It was a slow start and then gathered momentum, and finally last night it sort of showed flashes of what I'm about. So hopefully it carries the trend on, and I'll get a little bit better today and get the result I'm after.
Do you almost feel that fortune reversed a little bit in that Group C? Because the numbers you put in Group A were quite good. You just weren't quite getting the results that you would have wanted.
Yeah, well, I had a couple of issues which I've been through, but ironed them out. And I think it was just, my scoring just wasn't there. It was just dropping low, going high, and then trying to force it, missing a lot of doubles. But I seem to have been all right now, so I felt calm last night. Focus was back, so I'm feeling confident tonight.
Were you able to draw upon, because you're one of our most experienced campaigners, that experience as the week went along?
I think so, yeah. The thing is, I know you can't win it on a Monday to Wednesday. So as long as you get to Saturday, it doesn't matter how you do it. And then once you get to Saturday, it's a fresh slate for everyone. So it doesn't matter what's happened all week. Just whoever turns up tonight will win, I think.
Well, we've seen you win a week before, but that was around about a year ago now. How much would you like to add a second Champions League berth to the collection?
Yeah, well, I won a couple in Southampton, but it's not the same. But yeah, it'd be nice to get the second one. It's always good to get the second one. First one, it's always good, but I think the second one's harder.
Mm-hmm. Is it almost because then first time you do it, you've always got that pressure to do it again?
Yeah, maybe. Something along those lines, yeah. But like I say, I feel confident, so there's no reason why I can't do it tonight.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Mike. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Amy.
Yeah, Mike Warburton could indeed get through by winning just one match this evening. Has to get the better of his fellow North Welshman, David Davis, who has had a slow start tonight. But Warby, well, he can have the perfect start if he gets the better of Davis, who needs to win to stay in. And guiding you through the action are Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much. A battle of Wales in our fourth game of the evening session as David Davis and Mike Warburton go toe-to-toe. Well, Warby has been here. He's done it. He's won a T-shirt before. And the week that he won it in was in week 5. So he has happy memories of this part of the process. Well, David Davis hasn't got happy memories of tonight at all. The 39-year-old from Dingby is currently legless after losing 4-0 to David Evans in the first game. Mind you, I know what it's like to be legless on a Saturday night. Mike Warburton, the 39-year-old from Wrexham, the 2019 World Masters semi-finalist at the Circus Tavern, is looking to back up one series success with another one here in this particular building. But since beating Conor Heenahan in that final in a last leg decider 4-3, he has failed to get out the group stages in each of his Saturday night appearances since. A win tonight, he'll buck that trend.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, he now knows exactly the situation of David Davis as well. And he knows he's on a bit of a low after the first game.
First flag is
and there's no better time to come in fresh and against the darts, I would suggest.
Interesting. Warby just going about his own way. Always likes to take command of that stage. He wants to feel at home in that particular environment. And in terms of starts, well, they quite literally cannot get better than that. It's been a good week for Wrexham in the world of sport. The football team got the better of Mansfield yesterday, courtesy of a couple of Paul Mullin goals. They're chasing promotion. Warburton's chasing a promotion.
World of Sport. That was Dickie Davis, wasn't it? Not David Davis.
60.
Good knowledge, Scott. Good knowledge.
$83.
As for David, it feels like that same Saturday night fate is calling him. He's twice made a Saturday appearance here at the Super Series, but on each of those other couple of occasions has failed to get out of the group. He's now becoming a bit of a regular in making the final setup is double D.
30.
But the next step will be the semi-finals, which looks like a step that Warburton will make with a win here. And it's not going to get off to a good start, but the 161 isn't going to go in the opener.
99.
Well, we were talking about Andreas Harrison having the joint third highest average in the Super Series. Mike Warburton does have an average in the top 10 of all time here at the Live Lounge. It was a
98. Mike Ricard, 62.
113.43 and a 4-0 win against Rain Jones back in August. Double 16 for a 15-dart start.
46.
Well, Davis has a glimmer of a hope on the 112. Trouble for double 16. Not to be, and so Warburton is back for the break. Double 8 to take out the opening leg.
64. Mike Ricard, 16.
Touch unlucky on the treble 20s and then comes downstairs and gets a touch unlucky on the treble 16 as well.
Shot on the first leg. Mike Warburton.
And so Mike's night is off to a perfect start. 16 dart break. And still David Davis hasn't got out the starter's gate. Interesting, we were having a little bit of a chat here in the commentary box between matches.
100.
And one of the things that we were talking about was the fact that you thought Game 4 is a good time to start because you can kind of get a feel for the night so far and you can get a feel for the
95.
atmospherics, the way the room is, the way the games are going.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely you can, and it is a good time to start. You're not first game on, you know, there's not the nerves of being that, and a couple of 3 games have gone on and you're then building yourself up and getting ready for your game. So also he has the advantage, Warby, on this occasion that David Davis had a bit of a mare in his first one, so he knows that he's under pressure before Warby's even got to the board to try and stay in the group. Tonight is a perfect time for him.
Was he the value at 9-2 before dart was thrown?
Well, again, talking off air, we did look at it and say that we felt he was the value at that money, and I think he was.
I think David Davis would be happy if a black hole consumed the Live Lounge in Portsmouth and he was the first
75.
person to be eaten up by it.
161.
It can happen to players up there on the big stage. I remember we used to think it. You used to go to Lakeside and hope it wasn't 99. You. There was one every first round that went into that hole of an abyss, and it happened to me once.
$45. Mike Ricard, 62.
62 for 2-0. Davis, despite having his struggles, Warburton has just got on with the job to the best of his ability. 2-0 he leads. The 14 darts to the first 2 legs, 1 in 30, averaging 100.2.
Third leg, David, you throw first.
As for David Davis, he now cuts the forlorn figure of a man who feels like his fate is almost an inevitable one.
45.
Warby keeping his pedal to the metal. Starting with 140 against the Davis throw.
$137.
Well, he's throwing the darts off his good mate Mark Webster, and he looks like he's going to be suffering a very similar fate to Mark Webster. First round exit.
140.
Evening, Webby, if you're watching, by the way. I hope you're well, pal.
I think he'll be ignoring your text from now on, mate. You've done it.
92.
To be honest, I'm just kind of used to any kind of message I get now to be on double blue ticks. But Warburton is ticking along beautifully.
100.
Averaging 106.31, 2 from 3 when it's come to the doubling so far.
Yeah, it has, and when somebody's averaging that against you, you've either got to dig in and go for it. I think David Davis is starting to relax, but keeps Warburton under here.
57. David Ducan, 87.
It'd just be a relief to get one on the board at this point for David. And he's going to get a couple of darts in his hand. A double 18, double 9.
78.
Doesn't go.
Michael Carr, 64.
Didn't look confident, did they? They weren't confident darts. Didn't quite throw them hard enough with a bit of vigour.
So now it's only going to be one dart at tops.
24.
Not to beat.
David
And David is going to be thinking in the back of his mind now, just get one on the board. Just get one on the board. Don't get double nilled. Double D.
Game shot on the third
The look of
David
relief.
Davis.
The feeling of relief. There'll be no double bagel for Davies. He's on the board. Warburton with a mark of respect, but now he really wants to go for the throat and complete the job.
Yeah, he sure does, and on his throw, this has now turned this into a big leg.
$44.
Warburton averaging 99.81 at this particular point. And actually, if you look at his numbers for the early stages of the week, they stacked up amongst everything else. I mean, his day one stats, for example, he finished 5th in the group with 32% on his finishing and 89.42 average. On the second day, he stayed second bottom of the group. Okay, his doubles percentage was a bit down. His average went down to 83.74. But the point I'm trying to make is he played quite well throughout the duration of the week in Group A. He didn't get his awards, played slightly underneath in Group C, but managed to pick the points up that he needed.
Indeed, and he's doing it again here. He's picking his moments.
100.
And to be invincible on his own throw, and 106 after 9 is not shabby. It'll be treble 18 now for 32, 68.
58.
Goes the treble 20 route. The 12 route is always an option from there to leave 32, but
so 16 corridors for Warburton to open up a 3-1 lead. Tops. Warburton is a leg away. It's a 14 darter. It would eliminate Davies and eliminate Ritchie with a couple of games to spare. And it mean that Game 5 and Game 6 are effectively shootouts to see who will be top, who will be second, and who has the throw in their respective semi-finals.
which again are all very important.
Particularly for someone like Mike Warburton. I want to just pick on your point you said just a second ago about him doing what he needs to do on throw. Now that actually marries up with his 12-month statistics, because in matter of fact, amongst the database that we have, anything that he's played in any
58.
competition over the last 12 months, he's only won 54% of the legs he's played. Now that's telling me, and I don't know whether you agree or disagree with this, Scott, is on throw he's very strong, but maybe the break chances haven't been there as much.
140.
No, you're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. And over a long period of time, the stats are right. So, not something us dart players go trawling back to find, like you superstat commentators.
140.
I thought you were going to say saddos like me.
No, not good. No. We're good mates. I wouldn't say that. Super stats.
140.
Super performance from Warburton, averaging just under 103.5. And could round it off in 12. For David Davis, he's got his leg. But it has not
42.
been at all for the Welshman.
121.
To do it in ton-topping style. He's looking for the 25 there to leave himself double 18. So 12 to
89.
leave himself on double 16 after 12 for the match.
Yeah, consolation throw here for David Davis. You fear these are the last ones on this particular finals
85.
night.
Mike Ricard, 32.
Double 16
Game
for Mike
shot on the
Warburton
match.
to
Mike
progress his way through to the semi-finals in sumptuous style. A roar of appreciation. It's not quite the dancing, it's more the prolific darting for the Welshman tonight. It's all business for Warby in more ways than one. A 4-1 victory, averaging 102.71, 4 out of 6 when it came to the finishing. Everything about that performance, Mike Warburton can smile about. As for David Davis, well, it's an evening that he would probably want to forget. One leg in 9 for him over the course of the evening's play. So it sets up a scenario where we have got 2 shootouts. Andreas Harrison and Leonard Gates with the first one to see who is going to top Group 1.
Well, we already know all 4 of our semi-finalists here on Saturday night at the MODUS Super Series. And now the next 2 group games are going to determine who wins each group. David Evans will do battle with Mike Warburton in Group 2. But first, the Group 1 winning battle is about to get underway. It's a meeting between Leonard Gates and Andreas Harrison. Both players have been in great form over the course of the week. Gates winning Group A. Harrison finished just second, just 2 points behind him, and then second in Group B, already through. But who will top the table? We'll find out with Henry and Scott.
Thank you very much, Chris. At this point in an evening, we can have one of a couple of scenarios. We can have de facto quarterfinals that become knockout matches, or we can have what we've got now, a playoff scenario between Leonard Gates and Andreas Harrison. You would say that for this particular competition and this particular format of darts, this is a real heavyweight battle between the super Swedish slinger and the American ace that is Leonard Gates. And these two have had battles throughout the course of the week, crucial battles over the course of the week. And yes, there is that feeling of wanting to top the group, but there's also that added metric, that added extra, the fact that you want to give the opponent a one-up. You don't want them to have that psychological advantage, because this could be the final in around about an hour and a half's time.
Yeah, that is the be-all and end-all of this game. You don't want to be given into somebody potentially that you could be playing in the final. I totally agree, Henry. There's more on it than just the bullseye up.
Perfect start for Gates. He's kicked off both his matches this season with a maximum.
55.
Yeah, it's his third 180, and he's only played 6th leg. This is his 7th.
And the 7th leg isn't going to be heaven for Gates either, but he has got the better of the offing against the throw.
$78.
Talking about 9 darters, Jared Cole hit one early on this week, but he didn't qualify through. And in matter of fact, in terms of 9 darters and winning weeks, only Andreas Harrison has done it. He hit a 9 darter in Series 6, Week 6, his last appearance here against Andreas Toff Jorgensen. He then went on to win that particular week, and boy, did he win it in style.
41.
He got the better of Ritchie Housen in the final by 4 legs to 1, averaging 103.7 and 4 out of 6 when it came to the doubling.
100.
They call that pedigree, chum.
And he's a man with severe pedigree here. Gates is a man with a CV that is so good in so many arenas, but he is hoping to turn the term of RU into winner at the end of tonight.
$84. Andreas Ricard, 142.
I was going to say, this would have been one hell of a save, a throw from Andreas.
106. Andreas Ricard, 20.
Pressure applied to Gates here on this double 10.
Getting shot on the first
But
leg.
Gates makes no mistake. 16 darter to kickstart. 1-0 to the American.
Throw first. Game on.
Harrison shakes his head in the background as Gates looks to motor. And motor.
140.
But he's not going to make it back-to-back maxes to kickstart legs. Whilst you do have the opportunity, the ADC Championship Tour got underway today in Middlesbrough. 2 events in both the men's division, 2 events in the women's division. The winners of the first event, Andy Bolton, got the better of Gary Stone by 5 legs to 0, so Bolton victor in that one. And Fallon Sherrock picked up her first Championship Tour title by getting the better of Lorraine Hyde by that same 5-0 scoreline. In the second round of events, the symmetry kind of ran the same but in different measures, both games going to a last leg decider. Bradley Brooks, who we've seen here at the Super Series this year, aged out man we're going to watch at Champions Week in a few weeks' time. Neil Duff by 5 legs to 4. And in the women's competition, Vicky Purim has been in some good form recently, has beaten Eleanor Cairns by 5 legs to 4 in the final of that. Gates had 6 and 138. He's not going
48.
to feel the pressure too much of Harrison all the way back on 281.
$140. Running the car 90.
Good response from Andreas there.
Well, he risked it for Biscuit, and it works out to full perfection for Gates.
Third leg, Andreas.
2-0 Gates.
If you can hit the 54 like that, why didn't he go that way with the 90? I'm just a humble farmer.
60.
I cut grass, I let it dry, I bale it into hay, and I put it in a barn for feed. It's very simple. I keep things simple. But Mr.
60.
Gates, come along, young man. Let's go and keep things simple.
100.
Regardless of the route and regardless of the
60.
way, Gates is 2 to the good. Andreas Harrison in a spot of bother here.
140.
Averaging 86.5, but Gates averaging 91 thus far. Harrison has actually had a double in this game up to press.
140.
I think he's a player of that experience that he won't worry that he's 2-0 down. He will now be more concerned that he holds his own throw. And that's the way to hold your own throw. And now he's got to do the business and hit. And now he knows he can come back at Gates and try and make it 2-2.
140.
Gates up the pace there a little bit, didn't he?
Now they're throwing haymakers at one another. Double 9. Back to 2-1, but Harrison does need to find a break. Well, there's Burger Boy on a Saturday night. Michael Burgoyne joined by his son Ronnie, of which him and Andreas, following the last game of Wednesday afternoon session, had a card up to wish him a happy 15th birthday. So I'm going to say it again. Happy 15th birthday, Ronnie.
41.
Yeah, happy birthday, Ronnie, indeed. I'm sure he'd be disappointed not to see him
100.
Dad up there playing in finals night, but I'm sure the Burger Boy will be back at some point, and I learnt a lot from this week.
60.
Well, if he could take anything away, it was being on the receiving end of Jared when he hit the 9.
100.
He'll be in every ad break of the Super Series. He'll be in every...
60.
Nobody sees anything of me on there.
That's because we haven't got time in the 2 minutes 40 break, Scott.
For me to throw 3 darts.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, thank you for that.
If we had you against Glendowen, we'd have to have ad breaks lasting
64.
10 minutes.
And I didn't even comment earlier when you said you've been inebriated on a Saturday night. You only need 2 shandies.
That was a good night.
140.
What, you only had to buy one of them for yourself?
Well, Harrison on 102 to bring it back to 2-2 in a shootout to see who's going to get top spot in this Group 1. Harry'd love one in the middle of them. Finds one in the middle of them. And it's one of those quintessential scenarios where both players want similar outs, but who can make their move? Double 16 for Harrison.
86. Running your car 100.
Yeah, could that be a big dart in this match? Could that be a turning point? The next 5 seconds will tell us, is he going tops? He is. Cheeky.
80. Andreas, your car 16.
Well, from 2-0 down, double 4. Would have squared that game up for Harrison, but are those the opportunities spurned that are going to cost him so dearly?
He knew how big that moment was, and so did Leonard Gates.
Leonard Gates.
Gates 3-1 up. A leg away from top in the group and having the advantage of throw in the semi-finals.
Sorry, Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Andreas throwing to stay in it. Interestingly, I was having some delving through again with Andreas.
Facebook stalking.
As you will, as you want. I was having a look at his stats for the Nordic and Baltic Tour. Now, of course, he won that Nordic and Baltic Tour qualifier to play at the Euro Tour a few weeks ago. But actually, his form in that particular circuit maybe isn't as precocious as you'd expect it to be. Because in 2023, he finished 12th on that particular tour's order of merit. Now, when you consider what he's done here and he's done elsewhere, you would have expected that 12th place ranking to be much, much higher.
Yeah, possibly, but I think when you play in amongst your own again, when you come out of that comfort zone of playing against the guys you're playing in, month out, and you come to something like this and you meet new guys, it's all new, it's all fresh, it's all there's no history as such against some of the other players. You're able to play with a bit of freedom, and I think he really enjoys that, and that's the bit he enjoys about the Super Series.
76. Wanted car 121.
This would be some way to see it. We've only had one ton topper tonight. Now it's hit against Leonard Gates. 17. Bullseye. Andreas nodded his head.
Andreas, your car,
but now he needs to get his head screwed on. 85 to save the match.
2 at tops. Oh, that was high, wide and handsome.
45.
And he followed it with the second.
48.
And his doubling in this match, he will be very disappointed with.
But for Leonard Gates, double 16.
32.
2 match darts have come and they've gone. Harrison, to keep himself in the contest, has got 3 in hand at tops. Pins the tops. Back we go to 3-2. But Leonard Gates, crucially here, has the darts to complete the job. Every game in this group could go 4-2 one way or another if Gates can win this leg. Can we make it up that we can have a 9-dart shootout as a consequence of it?
129.
No. That stops that, doesn't it? Yeah. Sorry to be so blunt, but no.
100.
I feel like I'm getting told off again.
Absolutely. Go and sit in a naughty corner.
Well, Leonard Gates could be in the victor's chair in a few moments' time. The 129 and the 140 has placed himself in a real good position on throw.
60.
Harrison going dry means that the American has all the time he wants to seal the job through now.
Yeah, and I think Andreas taking that leg just wound Leonard up a little bit, I think.
He could do it with an 11-dart leg. He's brought his average up to just under 99. And he has got all the time that one could want to complete the job. He's going to have 2 at double 16. Double 8.
44.
It's been that part of the board where Leonard's had his concerns this week. And they've just begun to arise in the last couple of legs. It should be academic, but it's something to think about as time moves forward. But he is going to come back for 3 more. Could be 6 more if he wants at double 4 to seal a 4-2 victory. Double 2. Gates is the golden boy in Group 1. 2 from 2 means it is he who holds all the aces, the American. As for Andreas Harrison, well, it's defeat for him, meaning that he is going to have to throw second in the second semi-final. Gates through 4-2, and those are the numbers as to why. The scoring power just far more superative to Harrison. 7 compared to 4 in the Tom 40 plus column. 4 from 12 when it came to the doubling. It was delightful from Leonard Gates in those particular departments. He beats Andreas Harrison by 4 legs to 2. And so we're going to round off the group stage affairs with Mike Warburton taking on David Evans.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Leonard Gates has just been confirmed as the winner of Group 1. He and Andreas Harrison both through from that group to the semi-finals. And now we're going to find out who will play who, because also in Group 2 we know which two players have progressed, David Evans and Mike Warburton, who both beat David Davis convincingly, but whoever wins this match will win that group and will face Harrison in the second semi-final, the loser playing Gates in the first. And of course, for David Evans, he still has the prospect of being the first player to go through an entire week without losing a match. Came here on Thursday night, won all of his games then, all of his games last night. Can he turn 9 into the perfect 10? Let's see with Scott and Henry.
Thank you very much. What a crowd we have here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Evans up against Warburton, our final group stage game here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. I think Mike Warburton will have that feeling as well, that he wants to be the first to beat David Evans this week. He's the sort of person that will look at those types of records and think, yeah, I wouldn't mind ending that particular perfect streak.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
As for Evans, there was some signs of nerves. He beat David Davis 4-0, but it was a very, very scrappy affair. 4 from 9 on the doubles, but the scoring power lacked for a large majority, whereas Mike Warburton put in the performance of the night. 102.71, 4 from 6 on his finishing in dismantling Davies. And so if we go on the form of that game, then Warburton would be the favourite. But as we know, that no two games are the same in this format.
No, they're certainly not. And let's get a little bit of their attention on this one. Warby will know that getting off to a good start has a big advantage here, and putting David Evans under the cosh early doors. It's the secret to getting on top of him. Evans,
100.
He's had that settling game, hasn't he? And you would think now that he's going to return back to that sort of Group B brilliance that he had over the 2 evenings.
60.
Good audience here in Portsmouth. As a matter of fact, I think 1 or 2 have been to the local fast food restaurant before making their way in this evening. Suppose Burger Boy was about this week.
100.
Don't know whether that's a Coke or whether that's a Pepsi. Warburton, 141 to take out the opening leg. Both players making a solid but not spectacular start to proceedings up to press.
Not to be this time for Warburton, but he will look to tidy it up to pressure this 98 of Evans.
100.
And that probably does that. Which way is Evans going to go now? Had to go that way. Double 19, not too strong with the first. That's adrenaline. That is out and out adrenaline of the situation.
82. Minor car 41.
To take out the opening leg, Warburton 41. Couple in hand, a double 16. His doubling has been a strong point for him 25. This week, but it lets him down on that particular 16. Occasion, and it opens up the door for Evans, who slams it shut on the double 8 to break the throw and lead 1-0.
Second leg, David to throw first.
Yeah, the 98 Evans had there. When you've got double 19 left with 1 in your hand, you've just got to go with it. You've got to really go hard at it. If you've got double 19 with 3 in your hand, you have to go hard at it. And if you're going to split it, have a chance of winning the leg. That's my feeling. But when you've got 2 in your hand, you have to be a little bit tentative with the first and try and fill your way in, rather than make sure that you don't
16.
Have to use a dart to hit a 3 or whatever to leave. But he got away with it. It's the same number, but 3 different scenarios, that double 19.
60.
And you have to play it differently each time, yet it's the same double. That's the joy of this game. It's fantastic.
140.
Time 40 for Mike, just trying to get himself back into the contest.
45.
Yeah, good switch from Warburton there, and a good opportunity to turn the throw back in his favour to try and break back immediately. A break is only a break if you hold throw
59
in the next leg after.
67.
Scott Mitchell subscribing to the Rod Harrington School of Darts. And I think Warburton would have gone for the ball if he found the treble. 19 with the second dart.
99.
Well, leaves himself on 68 upon his return. Evans can only try and apply pressure. And remember, the story of the first leg was Warburton dominated large swathes of the scoring stakes, and then Evans crept up to the line
68.
as the end of the leg approached. Warburton will be hoping of that same fate. Isn't going to rear its head again. But another miss on the double, this time
43.
double 16, means that Evans can
70.
swoop 2 legs, which he felt he shouldn't have won.
Gave a bit away there of how he was feeling, and that's just confidence
Game
and
from the second leg.
fire in the
Evans.
belly for your opponent, and Evans takes that 70 quite nicely.
Third leg Mike to throw first. Game on.
2-0 leads. Warburton must be thinking, how is he behind in this game? It's a little bit like a football match where a scoreline looks
100.
against the run of play, and it, even though you couldn't justify as to why, it feels like it here. But maybe like the Sheffield United Fulham game a little bit early on this afternoon, when one races away into a lead. Only takes one little lapse or one little moment in quality that can bring a game right back to the boil very quickly.
60.
Yeah, it does. A game can turn on its head so fast, because whatever you're doing is getting into the head of your opponent. Particularly in this situation, if you can manage to go 2-1 and make your opponent then think, I've got to hold, I've got to hold, I've got to hold. And 9 times out of 10, that is the wrong attitude. It has to be a little bit less than that. It has to be, well,
59.
I'll hold this, and we'll argue about the next leg. And he knows that Mike's right back in it if he wins this next leg. And it's affecting how he's throwing. His
61.
scoring has gone wayward. And we saw him in his interview earlier saying, whatever you do, don't think. Well, I think he's not listening to his own advice here.
So even he's won 9 out of his last 9 games, he feels very much gettable right now, David Evans. Remember, the winner
59.
plays Andreas Harrison. The loser plays Leonard Gates. Now pick your particular fighter in that particular scenario. I suppose you'd rather at least have the throw against Harrison.
So you'd throw with freedom, wouldn't you? You wouldn't worry too much. You would let this game go through the motions, wouldn't you? But at the moment, both guys are not doing that. They're playing like this is a final.
But is there another case when you say that it could be played like a final, that you can almost use too much energy in a game which, yes, you want to play for position, but in the grand scheme of things doesn't dictate your fate on a Saturday?
Correct. They're both through, so they should be throwing with a freedom that, yeah, well, whatever. You know, it should be a practice game, this one.
140. David Carr, 155.
Easier said than done, mind you. I've been in the situation.
Oh, this would hurt Warburton. This really would hurt. Oh, it would have been a right steal for David Evans.
24.
But look at the steel in the eyes of Warby there. Double 12. Back to 2-1. Back in business is Warburton.
Fourth leg David to throw first. Game on.
But Evans has the darts to re-establish that 2-leg buffer.
But ultimately, with that leg win,
58.
the momentum is with Warburton.
Well, Warburton's been creating the opportunities in this game. He just hasn't been able to execute them.
100.
No, he has, and he's still in the game at 2-1. That's the point.
For the brilliance in terms of numbers over the last 2 nights, David Evans this evening is doing his business in terms of timings of stuff, timings of shots, timings of finishes.
60. $38.
That's what you call grouping.
Well, not really. One was on the floor.
In some weird way, it probably amplified the point. The first one was on the 19. The second one, the flight comes off. The third one comes off in the same spot. They wanted the first 2 to go in.
Yeah, it was a player. We call that unlucky. We don't call that grouping.
97.
And so Evans has to start all over again.
$95.
And the flight comes off again. I call that a sit-up when you pick that flight up in Scotty World.
Put it on the Strava.
100. David Carr, 170.
Well, we haven't been fishing yet. And we're not going to go fishing now.
Put your rods away,
100.
Henry.
Mario Carr, 144.
Evans for 3-1, looking at 70.
44. David Carr, 70.
Triple 18 would have left double 8, but he can recover it on the bullseye.
45.
It's below.
Mario Carr, 100.
So where does he go, Henry? He's going to go treble 20, I think, and then he'll go tops if it's under. Depends where the first dart lies, I think. See, I like that first dart lie.
23. David Carr, 25.
He knows he made a mistake there.
Double 8 to establish a 2-leg gap again. But that first dart is so awkward.
9.
And a hit
Mario
with the
Kart
third would have been a
77.
stupendous find. May only be a dart for Warburton here.
Yeah, it is going to be. And then don't forget he's going back for that tops that he's just missed for double-double, 1 throw before.
37.
And it makes it very difficult to hit then
16.
when you come back to it.
This will put him a leg away from 10 victories out of 10 for the week. He is looking for the darty dozen, which would complete a perfect card. He's a leg away from the 10th step on that golden ladder here at the Super Series. You'd say a Champions Week appearance is overdue for somebody of the calibre and capabilities of David Evans. You played him in the lockdown edition of this particular league, and he just day after day just put in immaculate numbers.
Yeah, and I think that was the start of David Evans. That's the start and where we really heard of him first. He was doing so well on the online league.
60.
But, yeah, he was a very formidable opponent and he was staking scalp after scalp.
Yeah, kind of skipped a phase, didn't he, where he did it from home, but then got his tour card in 2021, so bypassed Southampton and then came straight here.
83.
Evans 6 starts away, potentially, from a 4-1 victory, which would complete a 10th
63.
consecutive match success. And he could do it in the ultimate style. I'm going to get my rod back out, Scott.
No problem with me, mate. You crack on.
100. David O'Carr.
Are we going fishing? We're on tenterhooks, David. Reel it in. Reel it in perfect style. A 10th win from 10 is done with the 170 out. A kiss to the crowd. A crowd that take their acclaim. And he could well be a couple of games away, David Evans, from doing something special. Something never seen before. And that is to go through the entirety of a week unbeaten. So this, the tail of the tape from that particular match. An 87.07 average. 4 from 9 when it came to the doubles. He continues to have a round of applause and a standing ovation as he departs the stage. That 170, some parting shot. And so now we know our semi-finals. We're going to be watching Leonard Gates against Mike Warburton, David Evans against Andreas Harrison. Well, this could well be quite the final four.
And then there were 4 semi-finals about to get underway here at the Modus Super Series. Scott Mitchell's been watching the action. It's been an eventful night, but we knew the 4 semi-finalists pretty quickly, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We thought it might be a tense, nervous sort of affair at the start, and that's pretty much what it was. But Leonard Gates came through nice and early, and once you win that first game, you are in the driving seat. It's yours to lose then, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Leonard Gates just did come out of the blocks really quickly, and we'll look at results in a moment, but David Davis, he's had a difficult night, hasn't he, again on finals night. How must he be feeling now?
I just saw him on the way to the stage and I said, it just wasn't your night again, mate. And I emphasised that he came in really having no fear of worrying about the top guys and under the radar, and he didn't play that way. He felt like he had a chance, and he played like he was trying too hard.
Let's just recap what's happened. If you have just joined us, these are the results from the group stages tonight. So Leonard Gates beating Greg Ritchie 4-2 in the opener. Harrison then getting that same scoreline against Ritchie, meaning the match between Harrison and Gates was to see who won the group, which Gates did. And the same thing really happened in Group 2. David Evans, a 4-0 win against David Davis. Warburton winning that fixture 4-1. And then Evans, that match we've just seen against Warby, capped off with a 170 as well. He's on a roll, 10 straight wins this week.
Yeah, absolutely, and like I said, it's been amazing, and you've got to grind some of the games out as well. That you can't blow them all away all the time, and there were chances there early doors for Warby, and he had a chance to go 2-2, didn't take it, and then Evans just put the pedal to the metal, and off he went, and what a finish! Who's going to be the one with all the confidence in the semi-finals? It's got to be David Evans after that game.
It certainly has. Let's just talk a little bit about Leonard, though. Many people thought before this week started that he would be the player to win the week, and also before the night started he was a favourite. The bookies are looking pretty accurate so far.
Well, here we are 6 days later, and yeah, he's still in the mix. So, yeah, quite rightly so that he was there. We mentioned it in commentary, and we mentioned it earlier, that he hasn't played as well in 2024 as he did at the tail end of 2023. 2023 must have been a dream for Leonard Gates, and that's hard to repeat. So if he's tried to repeat it and it hasn't kind of worked, he seems to have now settled down into the way that we saw him in 2023, and he looks a confident guy up here. He's always going to miscount, he's always going to get certain things wrong, but his scoring will always get him out of it because he continues to pound the treble 20.
And it went down to a straight shootout to see who won the group between himself and Andreas Harrison. Gates got the job done there. There's a potential that could be the final tonight. So winning those fixtures, and it counts for all the players really. Have they already got a bit of an edge in case they play that opponent again?
You'd think so, but when you get to this stage of a competition, you don't worry about those things. You think about getting to the final, and Andreas will want to get him back if it's Andreas and Leonard. And no matter who it is, it could be Mike and Dave Evans. So they will just be thinking about getting revenge from what's happened before. So, and the fact that it's in such quick succession and only 30 minutes apart, possibly, it makes it easier to get your revenge.
Yeah, Gates did get over the line in that match and enjoyed that victory as well. There is a sense tonight that in both of his matches he's kind of, to pardon the pun, got out of the gate quick, but allowed his opponent back into it a little bit, though.
Yeah, I would agree. I think he has absolutely flown out the traps. There's no two ways about it. And then tried to control the game from there. And we saw in his interview earlier, that's his strategy in every game. He wants to get out, get in front of that person, and then control the game. He said it in his interview at the start of the night, and he's done that thus far in his first two games.
Right, David Evans now won 10 out of 10 this week. Nobody has ever been to a week at the Super Series and left without losing a single match, but he looks like he means business, particularly the way that he just won that last group game.
Absolutely. Out of the four guys that are left, he has got to be one with most confidence. You're going to have to scrape him off the ceiling with a spade in there, I think, with that big 170 finish that he had. But look, he's not silly. He knows he's only got himself to the semi-final stage now. One mistake at the wrong time can cost you the match now, and that's a different mindset to where we've been so far tonight.
Let's chat about the other players then, the semi-finalists. Mike Warburton, his first performance was as good as anything we've seen tonight, wasn't it? So there is a good game in there.
Absolutely, and he has everything, and he has the credentials to go and win this evening from where he is. Can that wake him up? Can he turn that negative of losing that game into a positive and fire him up for the next game? Because that's what you have to do. It's all about bounce back ability. Very often when you lose a game in darts, that you get to come back 10, 15, 20 minutes later and try and replenish it. And that's what makes a Super Series very special. When you're in a tournament and you've lost, you don't get a chance to put it right to the next day. Is he going to take that chance?
And what about Andreas Harrison? Because he hasn't had the form that we've seen from particularly David Evans' opponent this week. However, he has won twice on finals, not on this stage before. What a difference can that make to his mindset?
Well, it's not just about his mindset, it's about his opponent's mindset, because they know that he's done it.
And he hasn't.
Correct. So for Andreas, he knows how to do the job. But when you're in the position to know how to do the job, sometimes you're thinking this other guy's a bit raw here and hasn't done it before and playing well. So it's all a mindset. They could put each other off, and it could be a an awful game, but I don't see it being that way. I see it being a really tight game, and if Andreas can get a couple in front, Evans has got a lot of work to do.
It's been a week that's had a bit of everything. What are you expecting to see now for the final 3 games of what has been a real classic week at the Super Series?
Well, we want a 9-darter now, don't we? I mean, we've nearly been close to it all week. Why not have one now? Let's go and do that. I just want to see some good games without too many mistakes, and I think they're entertaining to watch. That will make them be tight, but I do fear that one mistake in either of these semi-finals could cost the player that makes it.
But I'll let you go and enjoy it. Certainly enjoying your comps with Henry Deacon. The semi-finals are coming up very, very shortly indeed. Now, just away from the MODUS Super Series for a moment, there have been some tour events in the amateur darts circuit. Fallon Sherrock, Andy Bolton and Bradley Brooks, they all have won events and they've all played on this stage. And if you go and enter those amateur events, you could be here too. Here's all the information.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and 4-2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
But it's 2-8 for Gates to get the opening win of the night. He had to. For Mike Warburton to progress his way through to the semi-finals in sumptuous style.
Welcome to the MODUS Super Series at the MODUS Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. We now get round to our semi-finals of the evening. Please welcome on stage the soldier, Leonard Gates, and Warby, Mike Warburton.
I think Mike Warburton is pretty pumped up for this semi-final, I think. A bit of energy and exuberance in terms of the walk-on. As for Leonard Gates, no dancing, business head for him. He is 2 wins away from his first Super Series crown, a place where Mike Warburton's been before and he wants to get back to again. In terms of the way that the pair went in the group stage worth of matches, Gates, the 53-year-old from Houston in Texas, well, he put 10 points on his average from game 1 to game 2. He's doubling 38%, which is quite literally in keeping for his week. For Mike Warburton, well, 2 completely contrasting performances. He beat David Davis of 102.71 average, and then averaged below the 80 mark at a 4-1 defeat to David Evans. 45% in terms of the finishing, but I think we can discredit the performance from game 1 to game 2, considering that he was already through to the semi-finals by that particular point. Well, this has the feeling of a 50-50 match if you put it on paper between the pair in terms of what they've achieved this week and what they've achieved so far tonight. But what do you think could be the telling factor? Could it be as simple as Leonard Gates having the throw in this game?
I think it's a huge advantage to him. I do, but I think Warby, his attitude has to be that, yeah, okay, I know I've got to break him for one, but you've got to relax on Leonard's throw and just do what you've got to do. I would be looking at it and trying to hit 3 tons in a row and have my first 9 being 100 average and seeing where we go from there.
100.
Break those legs down when you're trying to break somebody. Just break them down into 2 halves.
Well, here we go. The business end of the evening's action. The semi-finals means that somebody's 2 games away for a Champions Week berth. And we've actually got quite the dynamic in our semi-finals because we've got a player who's been there before up against a player that is craving that first berth. Warburton been there in Series 3. Gates has lost a couple of finals, one of them in Series 3 to Owen Bates, who mastered him on that particular occasion.
85.
Second semi-final, Andreas Harrison looking for a 3rd consecutive Champions Week invite. Up against David Evans, who is still searching for that first appearance in a final, let alone a Champions Week. He's fallen at the semi-final hurdle on 2 occasions. His first leg plagued with trebles. Gates looking to leave himself on a double after 12.
100. Micro car 164.
Can only leave himself on 76. Warburton first poke at the 164.
Go downstairs to start.
83. Landed your car 76.
I don't know whether that was for treble 16 last start.
Tops are 1-0.
56.
Drags below.
Micro car 81.
So Warburton gets a break opportunity here.
Yeah, it was in quite a hurry to throw that as well. It wasn't the usual Leonard Pace stepping back, having a look and making sure. Now a big chance to break already for Mike Warburton and takes
Mike
it.
Warburton.
Is it going to be moments like that we look back upon in around about an hour's time? Warburton breaking in 14 after Gates spurned a chance at tops. But I feel like Mike's one of those players that every now and then has to let that little bit of emotion out that we saw on the walk-on just to get himself in the zone for a game of this magnitude.
And I do think he plays the situation as well. Whereas, you know, if his opponent's doing an 80, 81 average, Mike will be there and thereabouts and try to grind out the win. But in turn, if you start doing ton averages, he'll come with you. He has all the
60.
All the tools in the bag to be able to do that.
Warburton was the toast of the town when he won his title a year ago.
100.
Again, he's doing exactly what I said. Ton, first 2 visits. Means your opponent's got to hit
121.
more than one. Gates does enough to stay in touch.
Well, we're getting to the crunch now, aren't we? And you feel like it's going to be this point in legs. That could be so indicative to the end outcome. Who can make that real push, real spurt in the edgy moments?
60.
Yeah, agreeing. Those are 3 lovely thrown darts from Leonard Gates. Just didn't hit the desired target. All over it would be the call in the pub on a Monday night. These are all in it.
180.
Well, we saw him in the first game average just under 103 when it really mattered. And when it's mattering again here, Warburton is smattering all kinds of big numbers. 106.62 right now.
100.
And Leonard Gates
78.
could be in a world of trouble in a couple of moments' time if Warby can take out this 78. 25 and ball. Shuffles across. But he cannot find a way in. The flight was in the way.
What did your car 160?
That shows me that Warby thinks that Leonard Gates has the minerals to take this 160, but he hasn't. But he's going to leave it tidy.
140.
Very tidy indeed, and a fist pump from Gates shows.
Tots are 2-0. Big exchange, big moment, and Warburton was up to the task. Gates asked him the question, and he duly answered emphatically. Warburton's halfway there.
No, exactly right. So the break from Warburton is now classed as a break because he held his throw.
140.
Now all about Gates. It's his turn now to break the throws down. Throw 9 darts. Try and throw a setup throw and get yourself a dart at a double and be gone in 15
100.
is the way to hold your throw.
Well, what a game this is. 2 Premier players providing Premier darts when it matters. Gates averaging in excess of a ton, and he's only had a dart at double in this game. You suspect he's going to get more in this leg, though. Gates has already had 109 average so far in his campaign over the last 6 days.
60.
Now that offers a ray of hope to Warburton.
The crowd watch on intently as we reach a pivotal point in this match. Gates 6 darts on 1-2-1 to half the arrears in this contest. We've seen him go for the ball on everything this week.
96.
He did so again there, but to no success.
I was about to say a 180 here.
140.
Puts up massive pressure on that 25. A 140 does exert a certain amount of pressure. But it's Gates coming back for 25. He goes 9 for double 8 on this. He has a little step back, has a little look, but he hasn't been good here tonight on this part of the board.
17.
The breakdown has not worked for him. And he could be broken down here. And double broken down if Warburton can take out the 101. It would mean that the Welshman would have the darts for the match. And in next to no time at all, Mike
61.
Warburton could have been a leg away.
8.
But he could be reeled back into the contest if Gates can find the double 4.
Game shot on the
And reeled back in he is. Back to 2-1 it is. And the crowds watch on intently, watching every single dart like it's an event. It's been an Easter extravaganza here at the Super Series. But only one
86.
can hunt down the title. You looking forward to your annual big cream egg glass mug being put on your Easter egg tomorrow, Scott?
100.
Absolutely. I don't do chocolate eggs. I do real eggs from my chickens. I'll probably have a lovely omelette in the morning.
I must ask you for an egg delivery the next time we work together.
100.
Not a problem, my friend. Not a problem. I was in the hen house this evening, picked up 10 eggs.
You're in the hen house, I'm in the dog house. Gates is in the maxi house. His second of the game, his average moves above a ton again. And Warburton, who had a dart to make it 3-0, could
100.
suddenly be reeled back into 2 apiece.
6 180 of the evening for Leonard Gates.
82.
Bit of a loose one there from Gates, that's unusual.
Remember, Evans against Harrison follows this semi-final. And then we'll have the final around about 10 minutes after that game is completed. Just to mark your cards here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
59.
This is semi-final number 1 and the tension and temperature is rising.
This could be a real turning point.
99.
Tops is missed for 139. Can Warburton find a real haymaker here when it matters the most? Not to be. Gates leads tops after 12. And it looks like this semi-final is going to be square again at 2 apiece.
82.
Always annoying when you get the first start wrong and that second one goes in the treble 20 on something like a 156, but it's Gates now coming back for tops. Oh, big moments, and he knows it. He knows it. A fist pump from Gates.
Game on.
And he's got his throw back.
Well, this is actually a historic match. It's the 7,000th game that's been played in Portsmouth here at the Super Series.
60.
7,000.
Indeed. And I've been here for 6,900. No.
Great start, mate. Great start. Love it.
85.
Game 1. Martin Adams against Diogo Portela back on September the 3rd, 2022.
57. $140.
Well, there's Paul Hinks now. Chris Murphy had a little bit of a chat with him this week. That's available on the YouTube channel.
60. Under your car, 136.
Gates looking to change this particular match, looking to take out the 136.
100.
So a nice ton. Leave Gates in a very handy position. Warburton.
140. Under your car, 36.
Looked like a 180 from here where I was sat.
So, 218s for Gates to put himself a leg away. He's got a couple of visits at it. 9. Well, he doesn't have to go for this.
Game shot on the fifth
Bees
leg.
Leonard Gates. He's going to find the double anyway. 3-2 he leads. He's a leg away from a third final.
6-leg Mike to throw first.
He's the soldier. He fears nothing. Doesn't fear 9.
Well, Gates could find himself through to a third weekly final.
60.
And it would be his second in consecutive series. Both of the finals that he's played in have gone the distance 4-3. And match darts to beat Owen Bates in consecutive legs as Gates gets out the traps in this leg flying. And then lost out in the last leg decided to Chaz Barstow in the previous series.
180 number 7 in his 3 matches tonight.
Could we have number 8 here? No. No is the answer.
43.
It's felt like a week that Leonard Gates is trying to right a lot of wrongs, having been knocked out of the Champion of Champions at the earliest possible stage. Relinquished a third of his TV titles in the seniors circuit, but looking to pick up a first title here. But Warburton hot on his heels. And so if this is only a ton score, Warburton will have 6 to take us all the way. But by the other side of the coin, Gates has now got to go for the match.
He has indeed, and will we go 25 last start?
143.
No, he doesn't. Leaves himself 101.
Well, Warburton lost against David Evans by Evans hitting a 170 in the last leg. Gates isn't going to do something similar,
57.
but he's going to leave himself on a 2-darter if this 101 doesn't go.
So, 1 again. Oh, he goes the other route. Double 16.
85. Running your car, 86.
He had a dart to lead this game 3-0. Warburton hasn't won a leg since. Leonard Gates now is going to have 2 darts in his hand at double 16.
54.
But he's had too much darts now, and they have come and they've gone. And so Warburton gets a reprieve to send us all the way. Really has been a seesawing semi-final. which is going to get its crescendo. We go the distance in front of this baying Pompey crowd.
Seventh and final leg, Leonard to throw first.
You'd say at this moment, it's advantage Warburton. Although he's against the throw, the momentum is with him. It's all about this throw from Gates. If he hits something big,
66.
Warby has to go, and this is very in between. But you cannot try too hard now. You know it's a weak score. Warburton's coming in needing something nice and safe. A lovely ton here would be perfect. 97 a do.
97.
Nice pickup.
Every treble in this scenario is like gold dust. These are two players that like to play on the edge, that like to play on energy, like to play with the biggest
45
consequence. And there's no bigger consequences now, and there could be no bigger slip than there.
It's all going with momentum now. The momentum's with Warburton from winning that last leg. Gates has
100.
Fluffed his lines on his second throw. He cannot afford to do that again. The throw has been turned. He's 86 behind.
60.
And that's unlucky for more, that. And that's just your luck in these situations.
Take your pick. Warburton's favourite now. A considerable favourite. Gates needs to hit a max.
He does indeed. Taking his time and trying to work it out. But I don't think he plays his best when he's doing that.
60.
Leonard Gates missed 2 match darts at double 16 in the previous leg. And now Mike Warburton has 6 darts to complete the match and to return to the final.
42.
But he has made a bit of a mess of that, and he knows it. If Gates can pile in a max here, this last leg swings again.
96.
Well, that could be where Leonard Gates's mathematical miscalculations could cost him more than anything. A straight ton would have left himself on the fish. And so Warburton's got another 6 here to see the match through.
He won't want to use them, though. He'll want to leave it tidy now. Lovely dart.
Well, for Leonard Gates, it looks like a case of coming so close yet so far once more. He looked to set this up. And set it up he will. Both players left on tops in the last leg. Who can hold their nerve? First chance Warburton. Double 10. 5s. Found with the last dart. And Warburton is final bound again. 4 series on from his last success. He is back in the big money match. And I think that meant a heck of a lot to Mike Warburton. He was pumped up on the walk-on, and he is pumped up as he crosses the line. He beats Leonard Gates 4-3, who himself had 2 match darts to get over the line. But it is Warburton who progresses through to the jackpot match by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, David Evans up against Andreas Harrison to see who will join the Welshman in the big match.
So it's Mike Warburton, the first one through to the final after Leonard Gates missed a couple of darts to beat him, and boy, did the Welshman enjoy it. He will be in the final where he's going to take on either David Evans or Andreas Harrison. Harrison, of course, who's looking for a hat-trick of titles on the Super Series stage, and David Evans, who is looking to carry on what's been a winning streak here at the Super Series. 10 matches in a row won. No one's ever left a week without losing a match. But if Evans is to take the title, that's what he's going to have to do. Semi-final 2 is about to get underway.
It's the perfect night for David Evans. It's 9 wins from 9 for him this week. Harrison's into the semi-finals again. He's looking for the hat-trick in Dirty Harry.
Welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We now get round to our second semi-final of the evening. Please welcome on stage Stretch, David Evans, and Dirty Harrison, Andreas Harrison.
Yeah, can Evans stretch his undefeated run? It's been a real streak for David. And if he can carry it on, then he will be a history-making MODUS Super Series champion. Andreas Harrison would be part of history as well, looking to join Steve West in winning 3 weekly titles. So one of them is going to get a step closer. And Mike Warburton, the pumped-up Welshman, stands in the way in tonight's decider. Guiding you through the action then in his second semi-final showdown, it's back to Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Cheers, Chris. And so for the right to face Mike Warburton in the final, David Evans is hoping to make it 11. Stretch from Preston will be hoping that in North End, he is the man who's going to be the victor and will make it through the playoffs and into the Premier Week. As for Andreas Harrison, the 48-year-old from Malala in Sweden, is looking to complete the hat-trick as Harrison. It'll be 3 consecutive invites through to Champions Week for the Super Swede. Who you have to say here at the Super Series, Scott Mitchell, is making a big name for himself.
Yeah, he is. And quite rightly so. The way that he's played and the way that he plays every time he comes here, you never can overlook him.
First leg, David, you through first. Game on.
Is it going to be Dirty Harry or the Duck? Totally normal thing to say on a Saturday night.
125.
Absolutely, but let's not forget how confident Dave Evans is. His confidence is high. After that win
45
against Warburton, but Warburton has used the disappointment and turned it into gold in his last game. So the Super Series spuds its little, shines its head again and says, this isn't normal darts.
Is this the hardest game tonight to call in your mind?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
99.
it is, because I think both of them will want to be playing Mike Warburton, without doubt. I think they were both feeling it would possibly be Gates. And Gates will rue those 2 missed doubles to win
99.
the match.
Well, this is the hurdle that Evans has fallen at a couple of times before. He's lost in 2 semi-finals in Series 6, Week 12, and Series 4, Week 1. He'll be hoping 3rd time at this stage is the charm. He's a man that's so good at breaking records in group
100.
matches. He broke the Group B legs different record of +20. The previous record was the +19 of Scott Williams back when we were having that crossover from Southampton to Portsmouth. And also has the Group A record for most points as well. And most legs difference, +36, tied with Littler. And he has the first opportunity here to take out the opening leg. But he can't take out the 118. And we know Harrison's got 4 for the 141. He took it out for a 9. Treble 15. would have left double 18, but it just strays the other side into the treble 2. And so Evans is back for double 12 for the opening leg.
83, Deducar 24.
Pressure asserted this double 12, but Evans hasn't faltered all evening. That looks a lovely dart. Didn't use it. And that's a good finish.
David Evans.
We mentioned earlier about the negative aspects of having a winning run, but what about the inferiority complex that must come with the run that he's on? 10 in a row now.
It's just the next thing is the fear of losing. You know, he doesn't want that one now to be the most important one of the week.
What is those moments like, or what are those moments like when you feel like everything that you touch turns to gold?
It's amazing. You're not thinking of losing any game of darts ever. You're confident. You've got that peacockery, whether you're showing it outwardly or inside. It's there, and you're feeling top of the world. You feel that you can throw them over your shoulder, look at the crowd, and they're still going treble 20s. It's a lovely feeling. The treble 20 feels as big as a house.
Well, by contrast, Harrison's averaging 103 here. He's making severe inroads on throw. Didn't have an opportunity to break in the last, but you sense should have a chance to level up on throw in this one.
91.
Evans leaves himself on the fish. He's already taken it out tonight, but is he going to get a go at it? Needs to find the trouble with the second dart, and that's a long way off. There's some
46.
Uncharacteristically straight darts here from Harrison so far. Evans isn't going to repeat the fishy feet.
96. Andreas Jurkar 80.
So to square this semi-final up at one apiece. Another straight one for Harrison. But he has recovered well with dart 2 to leave double 10, which grazes the wire. And so Evans with the break in 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good recovery from Harrison there, but now this is a brilliant recovery from Evans. Is that too close?
42.
It was too close, and it hampered the last dart.
20.
Wow, indeed, David Evans. Wow, indeed. Big moments for Andreas Harrison.
Andreas Harrison.
Double 10 is his go-to double.
Third leg, David, is through first. Game on.
Well, take your pick. 1-1.
One out of them, 40.
You expect, as the game goes along, for both players to really kick into the gear. You get the sense they're both players that will run towards a finishing line instead of fall over it.
Yeah, I feel Andreas is throwing at a pace that's a little bit quicker than he usually does.
$58. One out of them, 40.
Yeah, this is good from Harrison.
Oh, excellent setup.
Excellent counting, excellent setup. Harrison's got him under all sorts of pressure, and he still leaves that 170 with a double treble visit.
Deducar 170.
Rinse, but no repeat for Evans. But Harrison's going to have to find something
58.
just as big on the 161 if he's going to break.
Well, with Evans on 112, do I say, does he have to go for it? If it doesn't hit, he now has to leave something handy, and that is exactly what he's done to pressure the 112. But you have to say, Evans' confidence is high. He'll fancy this.
Big moments in this match. Big dart at tops.
92.
And that could be a big miss because Harrison now has left double 18 after 12 to find the break and to turn this semi-final in his favour. It's found. It's a 14-darter. Harrison breaks. He leads 2-1 and now has the throw to open up a 2-leg cushion.
Game on.
Momentum with Harrison. He did nothing silly with that first dart either. He didn't go smashing it into the double 18 first dart. He took his time, threw a feeler. It's all about having the 3 darts in your hand and using them correctly in this situation.
For the first time this week, David Evans is in trouble in a darts match. He's had quite precocious progress through the competition thus far. But Andreas Harrison, averaging 99.06, 50% on the finishing, has put him in a position of peril.
When you play David Evans, and I've played him a few times, he doesn't usually give anything away on his body language. We saw him have a bit of a blink when he's facing the board, but you as an opponent stood behind him, can't see how he's feeling. He's very good at disguising that.
140.
This is where this man begins to play his good stuff. Doesn't matter what you do during the week as long as you get yourself into Saturday night. And when it comes to Saturday, Harrison finds ways.
Yeah, he does, and that was a big treble 20 that last visit. He knew he had to hit.
95. Andreas Hukar 161.
Stray dart there from Evans or a deflection. It's left him on no shot. So Harrison 6 from here.
125.
And for the second leg in succession, Andreas Harrison has left double 18 after 12 darts. He has really put it upon David Evans. And we're going to see what... Oh, hello, a little bit of showmanship there. Yep, double check what you've got to leave left now.
137.
He's done that. He's left 32. Both players leaving a double after 12 darts, but it's Harrison with first go. Double 16.
Game shot on
for
the
back-to-back 14 to put Harrison on the brink.
Big miss there from Harrison, but it didn't really affect. It was a good miss. Left 32. Change of focus, change of area, and away it went.
58.
Evans, for whom has gone 10 games without defeat, is now staring the exit door smack bang in the face.
100.
Quality semi-final. Harrison averaging 99, Evans 94, and that's despite Evans missing 5 darts at a double in this contest.
40.
But how much is left in the Evans tank? Because Harrison now is beginning to really go through the gears. You sense he could well be 2 or 3 visits away.
Yeah, very much momentum, Harrison.
93. $36.
So, an opening for Evans.
$60.
He's now reacting to every dart. We haven't seen this all week.
It's a cold reactor for Evans. And the Super Swede is red hot right now. And once again, leaves something tangible after 12. It could be a hat-trick of 14 darters to win this particular contest.
97.
Well, Harrison
85.
is now a couple of darts away. Tops. Now double 10. 2
65.
mismatched darts. And remember, Leonard Gates was in this position in the last semi-final.
Yeah, great spot, Henry. He's going to get back his trusted double 10.
57. Andreas Hukar 20.
To a turn to the final on a third successive occasion. Andreas Harrison is 1 game away from the perfect hat-trick as he denies David Evans the perfect week. The streak for Stretch will end at 10. As for Harrison, well, the Super Swede marches through to the final with a bit of voulez-vous. A 97.88 average, 4 for 9 on the doubles. Well, it was a case of gimme a 14 darter in the middle portion of that match. 2 of them in succession really put him in a position to then hammer home towards the end and hammer David Evans by 4 legs to 1. Everything on that stat screen on the right-hand column was ultra impressive from Harrison. He outscored Evans towards the end of the game. He outfinished Evans towards the end of the game. And so our final is set. It's Mike Warburton up against Andreas Harrison. It is Wales against Sweden for the top prize and a place through to Champions Week. Join us after this short break.
So the final is set here at the Super Series. Let's just remind you who's there and how they got there. The decider will be Mike Warburton against Andreas Harrison. Many thought that Leonard Gates might be there. David Evans was the other favourite to get through, but they've both lost in the semi-finals that have just happened. So Evans' winning streak came to an end, 4-1 at the hands of the Swede, and Mike Warburton getting the better of Leonard Gates in the first semi. Scott Mitchell's been watching the action. And Scott, Leonard Gates, first of all, he must be kicking himself, had a couple of darts to reach the final.
Yeah, he did, and it's not a trait that has set in with him. Usually with Leonard, you bank your mortgage on him hitting doubles to win games, and I think that's probably been his Achilles heel over the last month and a half, maybe, and it didn't happen for him tonight. And on both games, we felt that it was going to be a Gates-Evans final, but the two underdogs have come through, and we've got ourselves a brilliant final all the same.
Yeah, let's give credit to those two players, particularly Mike Warburton, because, yeah, he had to survive a couple of darts, but he did dig deep, didn't he, Warby? And when he won, well, it all came out.
It did. It's relief. It's you know, he plays with such an anger when he plays that it's a release more than anything. It's not meant against any other player, and it's yeah, and he deserved that as well. He had to work hard, and it took him to the seventh leg to break him. So, yeah, you can understand the celebration there. That was a big win for Warby.
It's an argument to say that he does need to make sure that he's calmed it down again in time for the final, because you see it with football teams, don't you? When they win a big match, they all celebrate, and the pundits all say, well, they're celebrating like they've won the league. He hasn't won anything yet. He's still got another match to go.
There is an element of that, but I think the more difficult game for him was playing that semi-final just after playing the last game of the group stages. So he had to come off of a disappointing defeat to David Evans and then come back in at Leonard Gates. And I did say earlier, sometimes it's really good to have a defeat and then have your chance to come back, and he did exactly what I said on our interview on stage.
Yeah, and you just mentioned David Evans there as well. Look, he had that winning streak. He went in the opposite, really, didn't he? Full of confidence, perfect preparation. But Andreas Harrison, that wily old character, he always finds a way, doesn't he?
Yeah, it was a couple missed at double 16 for Evans that turned the game as well. They were right on the wire. They were well-thrown darts. He didn't bottle it. They just didn't go in. And sometimes that happens to you as a dart player. You throw them well and they just don't go. And maybe it wasn't meant to be. Like I say, 10 in a row, what an achievement anyway. But to go and get those last two are the hardest two, because you do feel that your luck's going to run out at some point.
Yeah, Harrison getting over the line in the end, though. Let's talk about him, because he's had an up and down week. Started really well. He still finished second in Group B, but he wasn't at that standard of when he produced that 117 average. But tonight he is starting to show signs that he could be not just a pick to win tonight, obviously, but Champions Week as well.
Well, as the night's gone on, you can say that he's done disappointing stuff, and he'll be disappointed in some of the stuff that he's done tonight. But the fact of the matter is he's still in, and he's still in the final. And I think he's sort of that 14-darter mid-game there against Evans, and it was against the throw. It just really turned the game on its head. And then he went and held again with a 14-darter to go 3-1 up, and then he was controlled in the match, and Evans knew he had to do something special.
He's just a sort of unassuming winning machine, isn't he? I mean, you've been aware of him for a long time, Andreas Harrison, but he's not the kind of player that's going to shout and sort of have this big fanfare around him we see from other players. He just gets on with it and so often comes out on top.
No, but that's his way, and that's the way he does it. He doesn't shout from the rooftops. He lets his darts do the talking, and again, he's one of those that he'll shake you by the hand if he doesn't do it. He's not angry with anybody when he doesn't do it. It's just that he hasn't done it himself. It's not the other opponent's fault. He's only trying to do to you what you're trying to do to him, and we all have times where we forget that when we're players.
And we saw two contrasting reactions between the winners of those semi-finals. As we saw Warburton really pumped up at the end. You'll never really get that from Andreas Harrison, will you? So what are you expecting from this final?
I wonder whether Warby's played his best game already. I think the way that Andreas has just played, but he's probably the slight favourite. But you never write Warby off. We said it earlier. Even if he goes behind, he breaks legs down, he breaks games down, and he does things to make himself work. He's a very clever player, and he studies the way that the game works, and he knows what his opponents are doing as well. He's one of those types of players, and he's never out of a game. So, are they Andreas probably slight favourite here? Warby won't mind that, and it'll all go about who gets the bull up as well. I think that's quite important.
It is a brutal format as well, isn't it? This first to four. Look, we were speaking about Luke Littler recently, that he eventually came a cropper in the semi-final. So all the players that have been here tonight, they're going to get the chance to go again, aren't they? But this moment now is about one of those two. Which way do you think it's going to go?
I think if Andreas wins the bull up and gets in front, I think he will win it. I think it's all on the bull up, this one. I think this game is that tight, and they are both have that much momentum going into the game. It's going to take something special from one or the other to stop the other.
Just going to stop you there, because I've just been reliably informed that Mike Warburton has won the bullseye. So does that change your opinion here?
It does. It's all on that first leg. It's all on that first leg for me. But when you're playing over best of 11, the ball's not quite so important. There's more chances. Best of 7, it's very important. And Mike will see that as a mini victory before he starts. So is he going to be the one now with the momentum just winning a bull up? It's a very simple one dart at the ball, but it can change the momentum of any game.
Right, 2 underdogs. I'm going to let you, Scotty Dog, get back in the comms box and enjoy this one. It is time for the final to get underway. Mike Warburton taking on Andreas Harrison for the right to join the 4 already through to Champions Week.
Foul with the last dart, and Warburton is final bound again. a third successive occasion. Andreas Harrison is one game away from the perfect hat-trick.
Welcome to the final of the MODUS Super Series here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Please put your hands together first of all and welcome our first finalist. It's Warby Mike Warburton. And please put your hands together and welcome to the stage Mike's opponent tonight. All the way from Sweden, it's Dirty Harrison, Andreas Harrison!
Yeah, here we go then. Will it be the Super Swede succeeding once again at the Super Series? Harrison looking for a hat-trick of weekly wins, or will Mike Warburton get his hands on the trophy come the end of this game? The Welshman was so pumped up after getting the better of Leonard Gates and is now just 4 legs away from booking his place in Champions Week. And whoever gets through, it's turning into probably our biggest and best Champions Week ever. Of course, the winner will have the chance to play for a £25,000 record first prize when they get there. It's the man from Wrexham looking to get a victory on week 5 against Andreas Harrison, the Swedish star looking to make it 3. And our top 2 are in comms to guide you through this. Scott Mitchell has returned to join Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. In terms of personalities, you couldn't find 2 more differentiating characters than Mike Warburton and Andreas Harrison. But when it comes to matters on the hockey, you couldn't really prize the pair apart. Both so supremely consistent and both so deadly when opportunities arise. And what an opportunity that has arisen for the pair. Andreas Harrison looking to return to a third consecutive Champions Week, whilst Mike Warburton is looking to return there for a second time. The first time since Series 3 is Warburton with the darts. How key could that be in the end proceedings? Scott Mitchell alongside me in comms. What do you think about this one?
Well, yeah, I said it's going to be all on the ball. Who starts best? And there we go. But Andreas is experienced enough to know that that's on his throat. And if you're going to hit 180s, you keep hitting them on your throat. I'll wait for you to dip and try and get you.
Well, starts don't get any better than that. Really hyping the crowd up, not just in the walk-ons, but following that opening max.
100.
Is the one possible common observation you can make is the fact that he's so hyped up. If there is a lull in proceedings, he could perhaps have a bit of a mental crash as a consequence and result of it.
No, I don't think so. I think this is the way that Mike plays. And, yeah, you know, maybe some of you are seeing it for the first time here, but those of us that have been around him for a while and who are watching probably know him better than I do. But this is how he plays on the big stage, and this is how he wants to play.
140.
Sometimes playing that way, you can give your opponent a little niblet of something to grab hold of and make you not want to go away.
Well, he's got 6 and 161 to take out this opening leg because Mike Warburton, he's going to leave himself in Shanghai upon his return. For Harrison, when it comes to this stage of a leg, by and large, finds something tangible, and he finds a 140 here to pile the pressure on this Shanghai shot. Already, this is a big exchange because Harrison's going to come back for 61 to break.
60.
And if he can find the 25 for his first die, he's going to get a couple at his favourite double 18. But decides to go treble 15 to leave double 8. It was legs in this range, which was the key to his victory against David Evans, but he has spurned a couple of darts to win leg 1.
And that could be a big miss, and the first turning point in the game coming right up here in leg one. Andreas shaking his head.
Getting shot on the first leg.
And he has a right to do so. First blood, Warburton.
Second leg, Andreas to through first. Game on.
He's 1/4 of the way there. Well, in terms of Welsh players in Champions Week,
59.
There's been 5 previous Welsh weekly winners, Mike Warburton being one of them. The others being Robert Owen, Justin Smith, John Worsley. And the last weekly winner from Wales was Mike Gillett. That was back in Series 3, Week 11. It's been almost a year now since we've had a Welsh winner here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Yes, so what you're saying is long overdue.
Well, for a country of Wales's pedigree in the sport, you would say so, yes. But we've seen new nations emerge here. Sweden probably chief amongst them. We've had a couple of players make it through to Champions Week from that particular region. And, of course, Andreas has been there a couple of times. He's won the last 2 weeks he's played here, Andreas. Both of those final wins were by the margin of 4-1 against Kevin Painter and Ritchie Howson, respectively.
A big bounce out there for Andreas could turn this leg on its head. It's allowed Warburton to get back in.
$100.
Tunn leaves himself on 1-2-2. Warburton would love a couple of trebles here. If he can find the break, he'll feel like he is in cruise control of this crescendo match. But by contrast, Harrison has 6 to level up. The bull.
97.
Well, it's the counter's way of going for 1-2-2. Kudos to the spotter for getting that one. For Harrison to square up. He's going to get a couple in his hand at double 8. Warburton's back on 46 for the break. But Harrison finds it last start, 1-1.
Yeah, just when Warburton think he was going to get back last start, that one always hurts. But I was concerned there when he went there because he missed 2 darts there before, so I thought he had a chance there to go 17 for double 4 or something different, but didn't take it. And Warby's back for the 180s. Not to be. But a good start all the same to try and hold the momentum of Andreas.
Just to go through the rationale of that 1-2-2 finish, a couple of treble 15s would have given him a dart at double 16. Obviously, with Warburton not on a finish, there wasn't a necessity in terms of the trebling.
No, so you say good ball management, really.
100.
Well, big leg, and both players can't be prized apart after a couple of throws. You get the sense that it's going to be a game where I don't think we'll see anybody build up a lead. There won't be 2-leg cushions in this final. It could be nip and tuck all the way to the line.
140.
But that 140 for Harrison leads him first to a finish. Huge visit this for Warburton.
99. Andreas Warburton, 61.
1-6-1 for the break. Down for treble 17. Now a dart at the ball. Magnificent from Harrison! And how that could be a game changer for the Swedes. That would be like a kick in the solar plexus to Mike Warburton. It's advantage, Andreas.
It is, but it's only a break if he holds.
Well, that's not a bad way to start, Scotty Dog. He's entering beast mode. It's the Swede.
140.
Great reply from Warburton. He's going nowhere is what he's trying to tell Andreas. But Andreas is back in again.
100.
Well, Andreas Harrison won his last final against Ritchie 4-1, averaging 103.7. He currently leads Mike Warburton 2-1, averaging 104.5. Warburton, averaging 93, has had one dart at double. He's gobbled up the opportunity. But Harrison here is making bread and butter of Warburton in this match.
$100.
104 for 3-1 on the back of the 161. Double 16
72.
doesn't go. Didn't have to go
161.
unless this 161 is pinned by Mike. Can he hoist Andreas from his own petard? No is the answer. So, Andreas again. How many
65.
times tonight has he
Andreas
left a
Luka,
double
32.
after 12 darts?
Game
One
shown the fourth
away.
leg. Andreas Harrison.
And you have to say that Warburton is not doing a lot wrong here. It's Andreas doing an awful lot right.
14 darters have been the key to his arsenal tonight. And he's a leg away from doing something that
100.
only Steve West has done. And that is to qualify for 3 successive Champions Weeks. Matt Clark has done it in series in
28.
blocks. Darryl Pilgrim's done it in series in blocks. He's a player who has built up a real reputation in this competition, and we are seeing the fruits of it right now. This is incredible. This is stupendous, and Harrison's on the brink.
Yeah, sensational stuff from Harrison, but Warburton's coming back into it. All he can do is try to keep hitting and keep hoping. Andreas does not seem to be in the mood
100.
to take his foot off the gas. Big moments coming up. And again, that's good from Warburton.
81.
Oh, that's stray. That's a... He'll be disappointed with that. Leaves the 160.
$100.
Turns the corner by hitting a ton. So 160 for Warburton. It's a good start. It's in a beautiful position. Can he hit it? Oh, needed to hit the dart before, but big pressure now here on Harrison. He's gone straight for it. It's 74 now. So single 20 it is.
Mario Kart 20.
Warby double 10 to hold. Double 5. Sensible second dart.
Game shown on the fifth
That's
leg.
why it was
Mike
sensible.
Warburton.
Well done, Mike Warburton. Sensible
Six leg
second
Andreas
dart.
through first. Game on.
And use that as a marker. Far too many people go full on at that double 5 with the second dart in your hand.
140.
And still, Scott, it's on a knife edge.
It is on a knife edge indeed, and there's twos and throws and ins and outs. What a good final this is.
But is he going to press home now? Is this the leg for Harrison to seal the job, to seal the deal, and to complete the perfect hat-trick?
There's a score from Harrison there that just says, I'm going nowhere. I am staying here. I'm going nowhere. It was his third 180 of this final in 5 legs, and
60.
He's now gone treble-less. Has to use the ball here, surely. And that's the risk of using the ball. Could have used the 18s. It's the bullseye to become champion, and he does it again. It's another bullseye finish from Andreas Harrison. What a game of darts, ladies and gentlemen. What a game of darts. You are looking at your Swedish Finals Night Series 7 Week 5 champion, and look how happy he is. He knows he's had to play his heart out this evening. He's not always been at his best, and what a lovely thing from Mike Warburton. What a lovely thing to do. That 161, middle of that game, was absolutely game-changing. And look at these averages. 103.19 for Andreas Harrison. 91.66 for Warburton. He can't be too disappointed with that. 2 out of 4 on the checkouts for Warburton, 4 out of 10 just solely because Andreas Harrison just gave himself more chances. High checkouts of 161. What a sensational final that was. It was absolutely riveting to watch. We saw it coming. Tonight has been a slow start, but what a firecracker to finish the evening. Super game of darts.
Andreas Harrison, you've literally just said to me, you can't believe it. You better believe it. You've done it again.
Oh, yeah, what? Yeah. What should I say? Yeah, unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Right, the first time you were here, maybe it was a little bit under the radar. The second time you were superb. The third time, the sweetest of them all?
Maybe, I don't know. I enjoyed every moment of it. So everyone's been an honor, and it's great every time. So.
And there's something about you in finals, Andreas, because you averaged 103 in your last final against Ritchie Housen. You've averaged 103 again in the final. Took out that 161, took out that 121 in that final. When it comes to big pressure matches, what is it about yourself that in those games you bring the best out of yourself?
I don't know. I just do it. Nothing to say, I don't know.
You're becoming a specialist now, aren't you, Andreas?
Maybe, I don't know. Hopefully.
Well, you most certainly lit up the live lounge again. You're going to be back at Champions Week. Now, you made it through to the semi-finals the last time you played at Champions Week. Now you've qualified once more. Do the goals shift to, yeah, I want to win the whole lot?
The goal was to win it last time, but I didn't. I probably should have, yeah. Jim played great that time, so lucky for him.
Well, every single time you're here, Andreas, you just make different bits of history. Last time, you hit a 9-darter. This time, you hit 117 average. This is like second home, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like that. Yeah. Not nervous to travel here. I know the way and everything, so and I love the stage and love the crowd and everything. Yeah.
And we love having you here, and I think the crowd love having you here as well, don't you? They love Andreas. Well, we've been in this position, haven't we, Andreas, a couple of times before. You know exactly what I'm going to say. That is in your possession once again, and I'm going to let you go and lift it. Ladies and gentlemen, completing the perfect hat trick, Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Yeah, lovely moment for a super fella in Andreas Harrison. Just keeps coming here and picking up that trophy on a weekly basis. Every time he comes, he seems to get through to Champions Week, and he's taking it in there. Doesn't give much away in terms of emotion, Scott Mitchell, but he's got a big smile underneath that big beard there.
Absolutely. Probably the trophy's not big enough to take the beard clippings and fill it up. But look, it was a great final from him, and he has overcome starting really slowly tonight. It would have been the easiest thing for him to do, go, do you know what, it's not my night. But he doesn't do that. He just doesn't give up. And as the night went on, it started to come to him. He started believing, and Mike Warburton didn't lose that final. Andreas Harrison went and won it. Mike did everything he could to hold in there. And tonight, Andreas was just the better player.
Yeah, pulled out one of the best performances. You see, great respect as well from Mike Warburton. He knows what you've just said, doesn't he? He knows that he was beaten by the better player. There's nothing he can do about that.
No, and we've been saying it, and I've been saying it, this evening, that when you do get Mike, he's one of those that, appreciates what a great shot. And he did on the 161. He gave him a fist bump, and the easiest thing to do is be angry about all that. But he doesn't do that, Mike. He's just... He's a good guy, and it wasn't to be for him tonight.
Yeah, and the audience, again, I've got to say, this series at the Live Lounge, the crowds they've come and they've stayed, whether they've been supporting a player that's gone out in the group stages. It has really been great to see, and they're getting the rewards. Harrison there going down, having selfies with all the fans and stuff. Really has become a real thing now, hasn't it? Finally on Saturday nights, that the crowds are coming down and the players are giving back to them.
Yeah, and the Super Series is a big thing for players to come here and qualify, but now we've got the point of fans want to come here now and experience the Live Lounge experience. So, yes, it is becoming an iconic venue for the fans as well.
Yeah, and if you want to be here, of course, you can be. Any Saturday night tickets are available via dartshop.tv. Andreas Harrison winning that week. It's the third week, which you and Henry spoke about a lot in comms. We've seen some great players come here and never even win a week. So to win it 3 times, that's some feat, isn't it?
Oh, it's nice of you to say. Yeah, no, absolutely. It is. It's a massive feat. To win here once is pretty amazing, and you have to get everything in line and time your run and everything. To do it 3 times, that is, pretty special, and that's why not many people have done it 3 times.
Yeah, look, we're going to turn our attention to next week for a moment, because we've got another fantastic lineup coming your way on week 6. And here is that field. Tom Sykes, Darryl Pilgrim and Rhys Colley. Well, they've all won weeks here at the Super Series. Further down that list, Damien Mull. He's back from a Pro Tour card, a PDC Tour card, and he is going to make his debut. Kurt Parry, we saw him last time, excellent. Hogan and Adams, well, we know what they're all about. I mean, Scott, that is a fantastic week, a fantastic lineup. It gets better and better.
It does, and as the players want to come here, and it's getting harder to qualify because everybody's trying to qualify through the ADC route to get here. And that is just, again, a super week. We looked at this week and thought this is going to be really even. And that's another one. And where do we keep finding them from?
Yeah, well, let's just have a final look at what's happened tonight then. The moment of Harrison winning tonight's match, tonight's final, it was really, really a special moment because it was a special final, wasn't it? And next week is going to have a hell of a week to follow.
Yeah, indeed, and because of the standard of the week, all week, there were big names went out. Let's not forget there were names. 9 Dart, Jared Cole didn't make it. Connor Scott didn't make it, and at the end of the week there could only be one winner, and probably the way that he played in the final, we had the right winner on the night. Yeah, and you mentioned earlier on about Andreas Harrison. Maybe not his night at one point. He made it his night. And that thing as well, he made it his week because, I mean, myself and Glenn Durham were talking about him at the end of Thursday night thinking he was a lucky boy to get 3 wins. He hadn't shown... He showed his ultimate best when he had the 117 average, but hadn't shown the consistency that he has in previous weeks. So you're right, he has gone and grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and made it his, hasn't he? Absolutely. He just takes it game by game. He doesn't let... The last game, he doesn't get it like a brick and chuck it in a rucksack on his back and let him drag him down and down and down. He forgets it as fast as it happens. That one's gone. He has the experience to do that. Youngsters don't tend to have the experience to do that. They tend to take it with them. But they learn to get out of that. And then when you get out of that, you're a player like Andreas. Look, he was the winner, but it wasn't all about him. Here is the story of the night in terms of the results that have happened. And look, David Evans, he had an opportunity to create history, didn't he? He had 10 wins in a row, then a semi-final defeat at the hands of Andreas Harrison. What is the feeling going to be like for him? Because had he done what Harrison did and lost a couple of games in the group, then he could have still been lifting the title, but that momentum came to an abrupt end. Well, again, Andreas did right things at the right time in the middle of that game, and there's sometimes you're on the end of them and there's nothing you can do about it. And I think there was a brace of 14 darters there in that game. So Dave will be disappointed that it hasn't happened, but I think when he watches it back, he'll realise that he kind of didn't give the game away. Andreas went and won that middle part of the game and put himself in command. Yes, he'll be disappointed, but I think he has to go in and go, do you know what? 10 on the trot. Not many people have done it here at the Super Series. He's had so many positives from this week. To look at the negative of a semi-final loss would be the wrong thing to do for Dave Evans after the last 3 or 4 days.
Just a final thought from you. This series so far, we've got the likes of Rhys Robinson, Conor Heenahan, Neil Duff, now Andreas Harrison, all through to Champions Week. I mean, this is shaping up to be one of the best ever, isn't it?
It really is, and I think that, you know, to be part of Champions Week must be an absolute dream. And for those guys already, they're dreaming the dream, and there's a few of us that are hoping to come in and play in this series and trying to be there with them.
Are you still planning to play, or is there going to be an emergency with a cow or something that stops you coming after you've seen what they can do on that
There'll be
stage?
an emergency with a cow, but it won't stop me playing, I promise you that.
There we go. Well, thanks for your company tonight, Scott. It's been a pleasure, as always. But the evening belonged to our Super Series Super Swede, Andreas Harrison, who once again walked away with the title. That's now 3 for Harrison here at the Live Lounge, and the Swede was successful once more.